the street are getting their roof done now. So now there's,
Seriously, like that?
yeah.
Can't do nothing,
Shalom,
man.
Israel. Most High in Christ bless. My name is Brother Zerubbabel.
My name is Ezra Salazar.
And we're with Children of Israel, and we are back once again to welcome you to another Sabbath day. All praise to the Most High that He gives us this day of rest that we can come together and worship and, you know, and enjoy this glorious day that He has set aside for His people. Um, can you hear all of that?
Yes.
You can. So I ask you please excuse the noise outside. Some workers across the street, the neighbor's house, doing roof work and making all kinds of noise. They started early. It was almost like 6 o'clock in the morning. And
Oh no.
yeah. Um, but we're back once again to bring this milk to you. As you know, that's what we're here to focus on. Um, the title of this lesson is Blessed is the Man That Hath a Virtuous Wife. We've somewhat stayed away from the topic of marriage. I mean, we've dealt with multiple wives and things like that, but as far as really just getting into dealing with marriage, we haven't really touched up on it too much. And part of the reason, because almost everybody all the time is talking about marriage. So there are a lot of platforms you can go to that um, they bring out things about marriage all the time.
Right.
Um, but one of the things that we want to emphasize is that we're not here to entertain you. You know what I mean? Because there are some that when it comes to the topic of marriage and relationships and divorce and things like that, they could get a little out of hand with some of the things that they say. You know what I mean? Some of the clips that they may show um, to a point to where it could almost look like or come across as just really bashing our women.
Right.
Um, so we want to emphasize that that's not what we're here to do. Um, this topic is a very important topic that's really not being taught to our young men. Um, we already know that here in America, as we're going through this captivity, because we are still in captivity, whether you realize it or not. Um, there is, people may say it's a conspiracy theories, but it's actually the truth that there's a systematic push to destroy the family.
Right.
So we as Israelites, we have to go back to our roots. We have to go back to the heritage that the Most High gave us. That if we want to have a strong family unit, we have to do it according to the way that He showed us in the scriptures and that He taught us. And that is our job. We've got to bring the scriptures to you so that you can understand, especially for our young men. They're being inundated with all kinds of foolishness here in America and all throughout the world, really, because with the internet, things go global pretty quick. And I feel sorry for this young generation of men and women, but these young men that are growing up and they're not being taught how to properly court a woman. They're not being taught how to properly find a wife. Everything that they're being shown in society is about getting a girlfriend. And it starts all the way back in elementary school. Again, go back to what we always talk about from the moment we start kindergarten here in America. you're being taught, you're being groomed, you're being taught how to look for a girlfriend,
Right.
not a wife, a girlfriend. And it goes to this holiday, Valentine's Day. You know what I mean? You got to ask yourself, why would you have a holiday like this and push it on children, where kids are, worrying about giving Valentine's cards to each other? And I know somebody will say, well, they're giving them to everyone in their class. Yeah, that may be true. But even I remember as a little kid, all the little kids had that one special Valentine that they wanted to give to that one special girl or boy in class, because, they like that person, because that's what's pushed on the children, whether you want to acknowledge it or not. That's just the truth. So you have this holiday. That's when you go and look up the origins of it, is rooted in paganism, number one. And number two, when you find out what was really going on behind the scenes with Valentine's Day and children, you I know I was upset about it. So you should be upset when you find out the truth about the origins of this holiday and how it was brought about, basically, again, to groom children. Um, so we need to bring out the truth of this Bible. If we want a strong family unit, we've got to start with the young men, because that's where it starts. The man is the strength of the family. He's the leader, he's the head. And if we don't teach the young men how to become leaders, how to head a household, then the family unit is broken up. And that's exactly what's happened in America. They've taken the man out of the house, they've taken the man out of the picture. And in doing so, you have millions of homes with single women trying to raise kids. And I don't know why people are shocked when they see these videos starting to pop up of the toxicity that is going on within the so-called Black, Hispanic, and Native American households or relationships, the so-called dating scene, which we as Israelites, we actually shouldn't even be caught up in the worldly dating scene, because that's not what the Bible teaches us to do. We're not supposed to be out dating and dating and dating a bunch of people, as we've been taught here in America. Here in America, you're taught to date, 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 boyfriend after boyfriend, girlfriend after girlfriend, and promiscuity is being pushed on the young, on the generation at a young age. There's just so much that these young kids are being inundated with. And then we wonder why things are turning out the way they are, um, especially with the young girls. Nobody's teaching them how to be a virtuous wife. Again, the name of this lesson is "Blessed is the man that hath a virtuous wife." No one's teaching them how to do it. And who is the most influential um, on these kids nowadays? The people that they're watching on TV, the music that they're listening to on the radio, these reality TV stars, these so-called um, influencers on social media, or social media so-called influencers. These are the people that you're allowing your children to idolize and to emulate. And then you wonder why they're turning out the way that they do. People are wondering. There's a video that's been being talked about for almost like 2 weeks now. Let me see if I can grab. I'm not going to play the video. I'm just going to grab the news story, because I don't know why we're having trouble playing videos with sound on YouTube. Um, and everybody is talking about this. It's crazy. Let
Mm-hmm.
me share the screen. Yeah, I was surprised to see that even people like Stephen A. Smith are talking about this. It's like everywhere you turn for the past couple of weeks. Let me know when you can see the screen.
Mm-hmm.
All
There it is.
right. So everybody's talking about this woman here who refused to get out of the car because her date, which was a dude of another nation, decided to drop her off at home after she refused to get out of the car because he took her to the Cheesecake Factory. All right. So, like I said, we're not going to play the video. Maybe I'll just read through it a little bit. But I'm sure most people have seen this already because it's almost like, oh, the last week you just haven't been able to miss it. It says a woman recorded her first date with the man coming apart at the seams after she refused to leave his car when she discovered he was taking her to the Cheesecake Factory. The nearly 7-minute video has received over 912,000 views since it was posted on Wednesday. It comes from TikTok creator Monique Santos, though Santos has since posted a follow-up stating that she is not the woman in the video. In the initial viral TikTok, the woman put the man on camera and told him several times throughout the conversation that due to the way she got dressed up, the Cheesecake Factory wasn't an appropriate venue for a first date. Her date asked her if she was willing to discuss her gripes with him, taking her to the restaurant. And after hearing their discourse, throngs of commenters sided with the man and how he decided to handle being put on the spot. And even I didn't blame the dude. Like, he did the right thing. Just like a lot of people are saying, on videos that are commenting on it. The dude did what he should have done. It says in the clip, and on screen caption reads, first date, she refused to get out of the car because he took her to the Cheesecake Factory. A woman wearing sunglasses and a green dress records herself smiling into the camera as she adjusts her hair. A man off camera says, let me just get the door for you. So here he is being a gentleman. Says, to which the woman politely agrees. You see things like this, that chivalry that, we used to do back in the day, and, the women would appreciate it. They don't appreciate even those small things anymore. To hold the door for them nowadays, you could almost get cursed out for doing it. It's crazy. Says it sounds like the individual off camera, presumably her date, exits the vehicle. After the door closes, the woman murmurs, he got me at the Cheesecake Factory, y'all. I ain't getting out this car. Yeah, if you watch the video, it was something else. Actually, you know what? They're actually playing the video here. Let me see if it'll actually play on here since it's not YouTube. Oh, maybe they are.
Can you
Can
hear
you,
the
is it
audio?
playing?
It is playing, but
Ezra,
there's no audio.
can you hear the audio?
No.
Again, see, I don't know why that is. It's crazy, man. So it's not just YouTube, it's something else then. I got to figure out what it is. All right, so forget the video. All right, let me continue reading. He says the woman then appears to lock the door, and the sounds of the man struggling to open it from the outside can be heard. After the struggle, the woman rolls down the passenger side window and asks yes, while visibly upset. The man outside of the car asks quixotically if she wants him to open the door for her. She then turns the camera around to include the man in her video, and he asks if she's recording him. Yeah, yeah, she says slowly. This is the Cheesecake Factory. This is the Cheesecake Factory, y'all. She repeats, removing her sunglasses and staring wide-eyed into the camera. What's the problem with that? The man asks. The woman responds that it's a chain restaurant and questions who would take someone who looks like her to a chain restaurant. The guy asks her if she wants to talk about it, and she says that she does indeed want to discuss the matter, telling the man to get inside the car. He asks her if she expects a man to go all out on the first date, to which she says that he's supposed to because of the way that she looks. The woman goes on to say that if you're courting a woman, so obviously this is the disconnect, because she doesn't truly understand what courting is. Her
Mhm.
definition of what courting is very skewed compared to what the Bible teaches what courting is. So she's lost. Says the woman goes on to say that if you're courting a woman, you're supposed to cherish her and treat her well. The man replies that he agrees with this and has no problem paying for her food, picking her up and respecting her, but that he expects the same respect in kind. She goes on to say that she feels like she's doing everything she's supposed to be doing as a woman. You see, these women nowadays are being taught that you just got to look good.
Right.
That's all it is. You just got to get dressed up and put on your best revealing outfit. Make sure your hair is done. Make sure your nails are done. Make sure your eyelashes is on and your makeup is done. And you got it going on. And that's all you need to do. And after you've done what you're supposed to do, now the man's supposed to cater to you. So you can see everything is about the looks, the looks, the looks. Says the man then shows her that he initially planned to take her to a nicer restaurant, but says it was no longer an option because it took her an hour to come out of her apartment when he went to pick her up at 4 p.m. So the fact that they didn't go to the restaurant she was actually wanting to go to, which was a more expensive restaurant, where he was actually going to take her, they were not able to go because she wanted to play that waiting game that some of these women play nowadays. Well, make him wait. And she made him wait, and look what happened.
Mhm.
They missed, I believe, the reservation that they had was at the time at 5 o'clock when she finally decided to walk out the door.
Right.
So they missed the reservation. So the alternative was to go somewhere else. And because of his love for Cheesecake Factory, which if you, he did a video, they did a video together. I can't remember what the name of this guy's channel is, and it came out that this guy, his family, they go to Cheesecake Factory all the time for all kind, like family gatherings and things. So his whole family likes Cheesecake Factory, like a lot of people. You know what I mean? They'll have something going on, a graduation. They'll make reservations, go to Cheesecake Factory afterwards. A lot of these worldly type events, people will go and make reservations to go to the Cheesecake Factory. You don't even really need a reservation to go. You could just show up. You might have to wait longer, but that's what happens. So let me read on. So the woman explains that she didn't expect work to keep her as long as it did, and that she didn't feel comfortable inviting him up to her apartment because they're not at that stage of knowing each other. He says he completely understands and respects that point, adding that he's not necessarily comfortable going all out and taking her to a fancy restaurant, especially if he's paying for the whole thing. She argues that they weren't that late, but he says that they ended up leaving her place at the time that the reservation was supposed to be. Look at me. I cannot go in the Cheesecake Factory, she says again, referencing her aesthetic as her reasoning for not going inside the popular chain, adding that it would be embarrassing. So here she is, like she's just too good. Like she thinks she's God's gift to this earth, God's gift to men. The guy goes on to say that he sees she has specific expectations for the relationship and that they are maybe not right for each other as a result. So, respectfully, I'm just going to drop you off at home, he says.
Yeah.
You can't see me, I'm clapping because he did the right thing. So you just want to call it a night, she asks? I mean, isn't there some kind of compromise or something? No, it's too late. He was trying to compromise. He went to take you somewhere else.
Mhm.
Realistically, if that were me in his position, after her not coming out after 30 minutes, I would have left.
Right.
So she got it lucky that he actually waited the whole hour. So um, he did compromise. He compromised big time. He actually waited and still wanted to take her out. So she came out an hour late. He decided to compromise. You know what? Since we can't go there, I'll just take her here. You know what I mean? And she brought this on herself. Says, ladies, can you believe this? She asked into the camera after the man puts on his seatbelt and begins to drive away. He says that if he doesn't feel respected, he's not going to go through with the entirety of the date he had planned. I mean, are you? You are serious? You're really leaving? She says. The man continues to drive away from the establishment. I mean, I understand I was late. So if you watch the video, when it dawned on her that, oh, this dude is serious, then she wanted to become more reserved and apologetic and let's compromise. Says, I understand that I could have been a bit more cooperative. You made some good points. That's why I'm willing to compromise. Are you sure you want to go home? She asks him. He says that he doesn't have a lot of rules or expectations for a first date, but that she's broken every one of the few that he has. So he's
Right.
just going to drop her off at home. So I don't blame the dude. She ends the video by fixing her hair again and telling the man, I understand where you're coming from, while looking into the camera. And this thing that I see a lot of our women doing nowadays really just irks me. Where, they got these weaves in their hair and they're trying to flip their hair like, the white woman does. The whole demeanor, when you look at a lot of the women nowadays, they've taken on this persona of trying to be like the Barbie doll. And it's sad because you're not a Barbie doll. You know what I mean? Just stop trying to be that. It says several commenters who watched the video quipped that the woman must have listened to relationship advice from an influencer referred to as Sprinkle Sprinkle, and that her decision to do so may have ultimately backfired. She tested him with advice from Sprinkle Sprinkle and ended up in disappointment. It was all on her face. One said, I've never heard of Sprinkle Sprinkle. Who is that? Another pin, she'd been listening to the Sprinkle Sprinkle lady. Some remarked that the man in question dodged a bullet, which he did, and that there's nothing wrong with eating at the Cheesecake Factory. What's wrong with the Cheesecake Factory? One person questioned. Another said he's right for doing that. He communicated properly, was respectful, and knows his worth. I also love the Cheesecake Factory. Other commenters said the woman was deluded as to the appropriateness of her aesthetic for the restaurant she wanted to dine at. The lashes, the lipstick, the outfit scream Applebee's one run. The Daily Dot contacted the Cheesecake Factory via email and Santos via. So I guarantee you the Cheesecake Factory is going to be real busy over the next few weeks, all
Right.
due to this lady giving them some free advertising. So let me get this back. But you can see that the mindset of our women nowadays is just way out there, and not all of it is their fault. We can't put blame 100% on them. We got to remember we're living in a society where people have already been marked and they don't realize it. They've already accepted the mark of the beast. It's written all over society, and I don't understand how people are still sitting around waiting for a computer chip, saying that the computer chip is the mark of the beast, when the product of the mark of the beast is staring you right in the face every day. Look at this situation which just happened, just in something as simple as courting or dating a woman. The confusion. That's why we've got to bring this milk to our people. You've got to be willing to accept it. If you as a young man or even an older man, you really want a wife, you got to get into these scriptures and understand what kind of woman the Most High tells you to look for. Because it would save a lot of our men a whole lot of problems. And she's lucky it wasn't one of our men, because this guy was very laid back. He was very timid, very respectful, and spoke very cordial to her and took her home. If that would have been a brother, I don't know if it would have turned out as well.
Right.
I'm pretty sure she probably most likely would have got cursed out.
Yeah.
So she came out, pretty good with that one, considering the fact he was somebody of another nation. But let's grab Hebrews 5:12 through 14.
The book of Hebrews, chapter 5 and verse 12. For when for the time ye ought to be teachers, ye have need that one teach you again, which be the first principles of the oracles of God, and are become such as have need of milk and not of strong meat. For everyone that useth milk is unskillful in the word of righteousness, for he is a babe. But strong meat belongeth to them that are of full age, even those who by reason of use have their senses exercised to discern both good and evil.
And that's part of the problem, is that we have not fed our people with this milk to exercise their senses, to be able to discern the difference between a good man and an evil man, a good woman and an evil woman, when it comes to courting, relationships, or what they call in the world dating. We have not taught our people, we have not taught our young men, we have not taught our young women. Today we're dealing with the men and what the men should be looking for in a wife. Got another lesson where we will deal with the man, where the woman knows what she's supposed to look for in a husband. And then the scriptures also teaches us how to deal with the children, with the son, teaches us how to deal with the daughter. The problem is that these churches nowadays, because of these doctrines, which I believe is the lesson that we've done the last couple of weeks, talking about the doctrines of the Most High, these doctrines that they're teaching in these churches, they're not teaching you these things. We're going to bring out precepts and scriptures um, in this lesson that your Christian pastor in your Baptist church is not going to bring out. They're not going to teach you this in the Pentecostal church. The Jehovah's Wickedness is not going to teach you a lot of these precepts. Mormonism is not going to teach you a lot of these precepts. The Methodist Church is not going to teach you a lot of these precepts, especially to our people, because these churches have been set up to divide our people, to break up our families. Why do you think they're all pro LGBTQ? They want our young men out here running after other young men. They want our women out here chasing after other women. If our people are not marrying each other and procreating with each other and having children, that helps to destroy a person. That helps to destroy a culture. That helps to destroy a nation of people. Everything that they have put in front of us has been an obstacle or a way for us to destroy ourselves. And the breakup of the family is one of them. So there's a lot of confusion among our young men, among our people, as to what a virtuous wife is, what she actually looks like according to the scriptures. And looks is not always visible. So when I'm saying what she looks like, I'm not necessarily talking about the beauty of the woman. So you got to keep that in mind. So again, we've got to bring this milk to you. We've got to feed it to you. The other thing is you got to desire to have it. If you're a man and you desire a wife and you want a good wife, take heed to these precepts that we're going to bring out. All right. And we're not saying we're going to bring anything extra special to razzle dazzle or nothing like that. We're going to bring out precepts that almost every other Israelite group has brought out, probably just reiterating it. So, and maybe just in a different format. Like I said, we're not here to bash our women, but we are here to bring light and attention that our women need to change. Our men need to change. Our children need to change. All of us as a nation, as a whole, we need to change. And it starts with this. It starts with the man. You've got to first look inside yourself, make those changes about yourself, and then make sure you're a man that's worthy of a virtuous wife. Because the Most High is not going to bring her to you until you're worthy to have one. And that's just the reality of it. So let's go to First Peter 2 and 2.
The book of First Peter, chapter 2 and verse 2. As newborn babes desire the sincere milk of the word, that ye may grow thereby.
That you may grow thereby. The only way as a young man or as a man that you're going to ever be ready to have yourself a virtuous wife is you've got to desire the sincere milk of the word. You've got to grow in this truth. You've got to make change. Change of what? Change of your conscience. You've got to become a better person. You've got to become a better Israelite. We have to make these changes within ourselves, and we want to see change within the so-called Black, Hispanic, and Native American communities. And again, it starts with the family unit. The family unit among our people, or units among our people, are very weak. They're destroyed. And we wonder why our people are destroyed. And we have our young women growing up to think that everything is about how good she looks. That's American culture. That's mark of the beast. Everything in society, look at the marketing ads, TV commercials, print ads, look at the ads online. Everything is all about sex, because what does sex do? As they say, sex sells. How beautiful is the lady in the ad? Look at her makeup, look at her hair, look at her eyes, look at the lashes, look at the lipstick. How tight are the jeans? How short is the halter top? How short is the skirt? You see the reality shows. You see the award shows. Now, in order for the actresses or the women that show up at these award shows, the only way for them to try and get acknowledged on the red carpet is to have the most outlandish outfit on that they could buy, that they can find. And some of them are showing up like what was the story, the Emperor's New Clothes, where basically they're just showing up wearing nothing, and society is applauding them for it. And this is, again, who our young women are looking up to and idolizing and wanting to emulate. So we've got to teach our young men what it is to have a virtuous wife, or what it means to have a virtuous wife. And for our women, for them to understand how to be a virtuous wife. What does the scripture say it means to have a virtuous wife, or to be a virtuous wife? Because again, the Lord says, blessed is the man that hath a virtuous wife. All right. So let's go to 2 Peter chapter 1. You're going to read verses 2 through 8.
The book of 2 Peter, chapter 1 and verse 2. Grace and peace be multiplied unto you through the knowledge of God and of Jesus our Lord, according as his divine power had given unto us all things that pertain unto life and godliness, through the knowledge of him that had called us to glory and
Virtue.
virtue, whereby are
So, no,
given
hold on.
unto.
Sorry. Hold on. So now you can see that word virtue. All right. As you can see, the word virtuous comes from the word virtue. As he says, through the knowledge of him that hath called us to glory and virtue. Go ahead and read on.
Whereby are given unto us exceeding great and precious promises, that by these ye might be partakers of the divine nature, having escaped the corruption that is in the world through lust. And besides this, giving all diligence, add to you faith, virtue, and to virtue knowledge. and to knowledge temperance, and to temperance patience, and to patience godliness, and to godliness brotherly kindness, and to brotherly kindness charity. For if these things be in you and abound, they make you that ye shall neither be barren nor unfruitful in the knowledge of our Lord Jesus Christ.
So you got to pay real close attention to this, because it says in verse 4, having escaped the corruption that is in the world through lust. That's what we were just talking about. Everything that is found in the world is all corrupted. It's all corrupt. And it's all based on the lust of the eyes, the lust of the flesh. But if you want to find a virtuous woman as a man, you've got to do what he says in verses 5, 6, and 7. He says, and beside this, giving all diligence, add to your faith. So obviously you got to have faith in Christ. But to add to your faith, he says, add virtue. And to virtue, you got to add knowledge. To knowledge, you got to add temperance. To temperance, you got to add patience. To patience, you got to add godliness. To godliness, you got to add brotherly kindness. And to brotherly kindness, you got to add charity, which is love. As it says, for if these things be in you and abound, they make you that you shall neither be barren nor unfruitful in the knowledge of our Lord Jesus Christ. So if you have these things dwelling inside of you, you will find yourself to be a good Israelite, Christian man, a godly man, a righteous man. Because without having these attributes in you as a man, you're no good for a woman. If you don't have faith, you don't have virtue, if you don't have knowledge, what can you teach your wife? What are you going to be able to teach your kids? How are you going to run a household? How are you going to do it? If you don't have temperance, you don't know how to speak to people, you don't know how to treat people. And then we wonder why we see these situations where we have our men that are basically tyrants in a household, talk to their wives like crazy, like, just calling them every name under the sun, yelling at them, screaming at them, putting hands on them, even with the kids. If you're not a man that has the attribute of temperance, what good are you to your family if they can't trust you to be the person that's gonna protect and nurture them? How could they look at you, who's supposed to be the person that's supposed to be their protector, being the one that's hurting them? Patience. What good are you to your family, to your wife, if you're a man that lacks patience? Godliness. What good are you to your household, to your family, your wife, your kids, if you're somebody that lacks godliness? Meaning keeping the commandments of God. Thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not commit adultery, and so on. What good are you to your family? It says, and to godliness, brotherly kindness. If you can't treat your fellow brothers in the truth with respect and courtesy, you don't know how to, it would be obvious that you don't treat your wife and your family with brotherly kindness and courtesy and respect and dignity and things like that. If that's how you carry yourself outside the household. That's how you deal with everybody else in this world. There's a good chance that you probably treating your family the same way you treat people outside the house, outside the home. You go to work and you treat your coworkers with the cold shoulder. You always snappy, always having an attitude, can't hold a conversation without wanting to argue, wanting to be dominant and domineering. And if you're somebody that lacks patience, godliness, and brotherly kindness, I can assure you that's probably the kind of person they're being at home, where they just talk to their family any old way they want, talk to their wives, talk to their mothers, talk to their fathers, talk to their children, treat them any old way. And that reflects again on how you treat others. And it says, into brotherly kindness, charity. So if you lack these things, you're no good as a husband to your family or the head of a household. All right, let's go to Philippians chapter 4. Wait a minute, what did I do? Oh, hold on, give me a second. I didn't realize I missed the precept. So let's go to the book of Philippians, chapter 4, and verses 4 through 8.
Book of Philippians, chapter 4 and verse 4. Rejoice in the Lord always, and again I say rejoice. Let your moderation be known unto all men. The Lord is at hand. Be careful for nothing, but in everything by prayer and supplication with thanksgiving, let your requests be made known unto God. And the peace of God, which passeth all understanding, shall keep your hearts and minds through Christ Jesus. Finally, brethren, whatsoever things are true, whatsoever things are honest, whatsoever things are just, whatsoever things are pure, whatsoever things are lovely, whatsoever things are of good report, if there be any virtue and if there be any praise, think on these things.
Go to read verse 9.
Verse 9, give me, hold on. There be any virtue, verse 9, those things which ye have both learned and received and heard and seen in me, do, and the God of peace shall be with you.
So he's telling us those things which you have both learned and received and heard and seen in me, do. So the things that we saw Christ do, the things that we read about Paul and Peter and all the other apostles that they did, we've got to do. And those virtues, those things that he mentioned, whatsoever things are true, honest, just, pure, lovely, of good report. He says, if there be any virtue and if there be any praise, think on these things. So we've got to make sure that the things that we have in our life or the attributes that we have within our spirit are true. We have to make sure that the spirit that we have, the things that we have in our spirit are honest, that they are just, the attributes that we have within our spirit are pure, that they are lovely, that they are of a good report. So what are these things? Let's go through some of them. We're going to start with true. And again, this is for you men before we get into the women, because you shouldn't even be out there trying to find no virtuous wife if you haven't looked within yourself and made changes to yourself and repented. So let's go to Psalms 119 and 160. So when it says, whatsoever things are true, like what? Go ahead.
The book of Psalms, give me a second, 119. The book of Psalms, chapter 119 and verse 160. Um, and it says, thy word is true from the beginning, and every one of thy righteous judgment endureth forever.
So thy word is true from the beginning. So what are the things that we're supposed to think on that are true? This word. We need to get into the word of God and think on the things that it contains. What does it teach us? It teaches us how to be a righteous man. And only after we are a righteous man, then can we find ourselves a virtuous woman. How could you expect yourself to find a virtuous woman if you aren't a virtuous man? If you're not a man that's full of virtue, what makes you think you deserve to have a virtuous woman? Think on that. What things are honest? Let's go to Luke 8 and 15.
The
What
book
should
of
you be
Luke,
thinking on?
the book of Luke, chapter 8 and verse 15. But that on the good ground are they which in honest and good heart, having heard the word, keep it and bring forth fruit with patience.
So it says, but that on the good ground are they, now going back to the parable of the seeds, all right, which grow. It says, but on the good ground are they which in an honest and good heart, having heard the word, keep it and bring forth fruit with patience. So if you want to find it, if you want to be a man of virtue, you have to be someone of an honest and good heart. And after you've heard the word, as we just read, that the word is true from the beginning. After you've heard the word, after you've heard the laws, you've heard the commandments, you've heard the statutes and judgments, you keep it and bring forth fruit with what? With patience. You see, our people lack patience. And even while we're doing class, you can see it. People will jump on real quick. What are they talking about? And then as soon
Right.
as you like, oh man, they ain't talking about nothing, and just let me
Right.
find who else is on right now. And missing a whole class that most likely could benefit them. But and that's one of the problems with our people, is that our people don't see any benefit from anything that doesn't have George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, Benjamin Franklin on it. If it doesn't have that, there's no benefit to anything else. That's what runs, the majority of our people in this society nowadays is money. So if it's not money, they don't see the value in it.
Right.
So again, we have to approach things with an honest and good heart. After we've heard the words of the Most High, we've got to keep them. We've got to do them. We've got to put action to it. If you're a man that wants a virtuous wife, you've got to first become a virtuous man. All right. So now, what about just? Let's go to Romans 2:13.
The book of Romans, chapter 2 and verse 13. For not the hearers of the law are just before God, but the doers of the law shall be justified.
As we just read, for not the hearers of the law are just before God, but the doers of the law shall be justified. As we just read in Luke 8 and 15, after we've heard the word, we've got to keep it. The only people that are going to be justified in the eyes of the Most High are those that are keeping his commandments, the doers of the word. You just can't hear the law, because that's what happens a lot. We have a lot of people that will go on a platform, they'll sit there, they'll listen, and afterwards they forget all about the lesson that they learned. They don't do anything to apply it to their life. They don't go back and study the precepts. That's the whole reason that we tell you, grab a pen and pad, grab some, Bible, grab your Apocrypha, and take notes, good notes, so that you can go back after the lesson and go over those notes and apply them to your life. Because it's not enough. We keep emphasizing that it is not enough to just listen on a weekly basis on the Sabbath. It's not enough. You've got to put action behind it. If you want to be a virtuous man, you have to do the things that are just in the eyes of the Lord. If you want to be a just man, you got to do the things that are just in the eyes of the Most High. And what's going to make you a just man? Let's go to, you're going to go to the Apocrypha. Let's go to Esther chapter 16 and verse 15.
The book of Esther, um, chapter 16 and verse 15. But we find that the Jews, whom this wicked wretched had delivered to utter destruction, are no evildoers, but live by most just laws.
So he says, but we find that the Jews, whom this wicked wretch had delivered to utter destruction, talking about our people, you so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, you are the Israelites the Bible's talking about. He says that you are no evildoers, but live by most just laws. So, in order for you to have that um, attribute of being a just man, you have to be applying the Lord's most just laws to your life. Just plain and simple. We're trying to make it simple for you.
Mhm.
We're trying to feed you with milk. We're trying to spoon feed it to you. Precept upon precept, line upon line, here a little and there a little. So you've got to be applying God's laws in order to be just, in order to have virtue. So if you are a man seeking a virtuous wife, what are you doing to become a virtuous man? So let's go to pure. Let's go to Psalms 19 and 8.
The book of Psalms, chapter 19 and verse 8. The statutes of the Lord are right, rejoicing the heart. The commandments of the Lord is pure, enlightening the eyes.
The commandment of the Lord is pure, enlightening the eyes. So we should be thinking on the laws. We should be thinking on the commandments. We should be doing the laws. We should be putting action to it. We should be keeping it, keeping the laws and the commandments. That's what we should be thinking on. Thinking on things that are true, thinking on things that are honest, thinking on things that are just, keeping our minds on things that are pure, keeping our thoughts on things that are lovely. Let's go to the book of Song of Solomon. I'm going to read chapter 5 and verses 10 through 16. Now we're going to deal with the lovely. What things are lovely?
Solomon Songs,
Song of Solomon.
is that an Apocrypha?
No, it's in the regular Bible. It's
Let me
right by
see. It says
Ecclesiastes and Job and all of that.
Songs of Solomon five,
It's right after you got Psalms, Proverbs, then I believe Song of Solomon.
10 and 16. Let me see. My beloved. So the book of Songs of Solomon, chapter 5, verse 10. My beloved is white and ruddy, the
Ruddy.
chiefest among thousands. Right.
Yeah.
His head is as the most fine gold. His locks are bushy and black as a raven. His eyes are as the eyes of doves by the rivers of waters, washed with milk and filthy set. His cheeks are as a bed of spices, as wet flowers. His lips like lilies dropping sweet smelling myrrh. His hands are as gold rings set with the beryl. His belly as a bright ivory overlaid with sapphires. His legs are as a pillar of marble set upon sockets of fine gold. His countenance is as a Lebanon, excellent as the cedars. His mouth is most sweet. Yeah, he is altogether lovely. This is my beloved, and this is my friend, O daughters of Jerusalem.
So she says, which there people think that a woman wrote this, but it's not. It's Solomon that wrote it from the perspective of the man and the woman. You just got to have eyes to see and ears to hear as you read it as it's going back and forth. All right. Um, Again, when you look at the attributes of our people, it's not that uncommon, even in like today's music, when you have one of our men and one of our women do a collaboration, as they call it, and he sings a verse, she sings a verse, he sings a verse, she sings a verse. See, that's how you know this book is ours, because everything that um, is written in here always lines up with the characteristics of our people. And Song of Solomon, as hence the name song, is no different. Our people have always written songs like this. So don't let anybody deceive you into thinking that, oh, it's not Solomon that wrote that, it's a woman. What is the one of the biggest complaints about the music industry today? In that it's men that are writing a lot of these songs, almost the majority of these songs for these female artists. They may sound like a woman wrote them, but when you go back and look in reality, the majority of these songs being put out by these female artists are written by men. So don't be fooled. You know what I mean? This has always been one of the attributes of our people. You just got to go and look. So, but it says his mouth is most sweet. Yeah, he is altogether lovely, meaning that the things that he's talking about, the words that are coming out of his mouth, is sweet words. He's patient. He's not coming at her like a tyrant. He is what? Because of his sweet words, he's altogether lovely. To go along with his nice looks that she is describing above. So if you want to be a virtuous man and you want to think about things that are lovely, you need to think about speaking sweet words. You need to think about speaking things that are beneficial, profitable to our people to help them grow in this truth. All right. So the last one, dealing with the things that is a good report. Let's go to good report. Let's go to Acts 10 and 22.
The book of Acts, chapter 10 and verse 22. And they said, Cornelius the centurion, a just man, and one that feareth God, and of good report among all the nations of the Jews, was warned from God by an holy angel to send for thee into his house and to hear words of thee.
All right. So it says they said Cornelius the centurion. That's another topic for another day. Was Cornelius a Israelite or was he not an Israelite? Cornelius, of course, is an Israelite. All right, we're not going to go into it. Not going to break it down right now because there's a lot of people that have broken it down. Not that we probably won't at some top point in the future. Um, but yes, Cornelius was an Israelite. Okay, we can prove it through the scriptures very simply. All right, but what we want to get out of this is that Cornelius had a good report among the people of Israel. It says, and they said, Cornelius the centurion, a just man and one that feareth God, and of good report among all the nation of the Jews, was warned from God by an holy angel to send for thee into his house and to hear words of thee. So if you want to be a virtuous man and you want to find a virtuous woman, you've got to be like Cornelius. You got to be like a lot of our forefathers that are written in the scriptures, that are described as just men, that are men that fear God, and that are men that have a good report among all the nation of the Jews. You see, if you have a bad report among the people where, they say people talk, rumors, or what we call today reputation. You're somebody that has a bad reputation. What father is going to want you to be a husband to their daughter? If the reports that everyone in town gets about you as a man is that he's just a little thug. Every report, everyone that so tell me about so and so. Oh man, he's just a little thug, man. All we see him doing is running up and down these streets, causing all kind of trouble. Like, oh, what do you mean? Elaborate. Oh man, him and his friends, all they do is stand out here selling dope all the time, smoking dope, fighting, doing drive-by shootings, cursing, just all kind of profanity, just wild behavior. Is that the kind of man you're going to want for your daughter to marry? But unfortunately, in the so-called Black, Hispanic, and Native American communities, these are the kind of men that these girls are growing up wanting to be with. Not the ones that have the good report or the good reputation in town for being, doing good things, but they want the demons. They want the bad dudes because that's what's looked up to, on the streets. Word on the streets is that, he got a reputation. Nobody don't mess with him. Being the drug dealer. The report is he's got baby mamas all over the place. What father's going to want you to be a husband to their daughter if you've got 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 15 kids with a bunch of different other mothers? But unfortunately, some of these kind of men are some of the men that our women gravitate to. Because there's no one in the house to guide them. There's no man in the house to show them what a virtuous husband looks like. The report or the reputation that the guy has is that all he does is just, be hanging out in the corners drinking. We'd be seeing him, over there shooting up heroin, almost every day. He'd be over there smoking crack. He's a crackhead. Is that the kind of man a father wants his daughter to marry? No, but that's the kind of men our women be finding or being attracted to or gravitating to. The report is he won't go to school. He ditches all the time. He's disrespectful to his family. He's disrespectful to his parents. He's always out late at all hours of the night. disrespectful to the teachers, robbing, stealing, that's a, a bad reputation. That's not a good report. Is that the kind of man a father would want his daughter to marry? So again, as Cornelius is described as a just man, one that feareth God and of good report among all the nation of Jews, that's the kind of man that we should be ascribing to be. A man that's just, a man that fears God, and one that has a good report among Israel. That people can look at you and say, hey, you know what? That's a good dude right there. They got a real low key, cool demeanor. Man, you never see that dude gets mad. Man, you never see that dude go off. Man, you never see him lose his cool. Never hear him using profanity. You don't ever see that dude out there on the streets, arguing and fighting with people. You don't ever see him out there robbing and stealing. You don't even be seeing him out there smoking, drinking. You don't see him out there robbing the liquor stores. You don't see him out there cursing out his woman, putting hands on his woman, abusing his kids. A virtuous man, that kind of a reputation, that kind of a good report. Man, this brother is all about that Bible. That's the first thing they should be seeing. He always up in that Bible, man. That brother know them scriptures, man. And not only does he know them, he keeps them. That's the kind of man that we should be teaching our daughters to look for in a husband. And that's the kind of man a father should be wanting their daughter to marry. But unfortunately, again, it's not 100% our fault. But on the other hand, it is our fault that we're in captivity. But of course, our enemies, by having us in captivity, has made it very difficult for us to attain to that level of marriage, because they want our marriages destroyed. They want our households destroyed. So if you are a man and you want a virtuous wife, examine yourself, whether you be in the faith. Know ye not your own self? Do you not know yourself? You know what you battle with. You know what your weaknesses are as a man. If you want a virtuous wife, you got to work on yourself. Women, if you want a virtuous husband, you got to look at that man and look for that man that knows how to work on himself, that knows how to improve himself, that knows how to go into the scriptures and look up precepts that can help him to change the things about himself. And as a young man, these are the things that we need to be teaching in order for them to find a virtuous wife. Teaching them how not to get involved in the things of the world, because it's just going to be a snare and a trap. Being out there in the streets is not going to allow this person to prosper, or this young man to prosper, and to find a good woman to marry, a virtuous wife, a virtuous woman. Because again, the scripture says, blessed is the man that hath a virtuous wife. That's who the Lord calls blessed. As a man, that's who he calls blessed. And those aren't our words. That's the name of the lesson. Let's go to Sirach 26 and verses 1 through 3.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 26 and verse 1. Blessed is the man that hath a virtuous wife, for the number of his days shall be double. A virtuous woman rejoiceth her husband, and he shall fulfill the years of his life in peace. A good wife is a good portion, which shall be given in the portion of them that fear the Lord.
So, again, when we go through these precepts, write them down. Go and read them later on. Go and look at them later on so that you can learn them, so that you can grow from them, so that you can change. See, it says, blessed is the man that hath a virtuous wife, for the number of his days shall be double. Blessed is the man that hath a virtuous wife, for the number of his days shall be double. Why is that going to be? Because she's going to be a woman that's going to help. She's going to be a helpmeet. She's going to bring peace, as it says in the next line. A virtuous woman rejoiceth her husband, and he shall fulfill the years of his life in peace. She's going to bring peace to his life, peace to the household. She's not going to bring aggravation. She's not going to bring stress into the marriage, into the household, because all that stress that a woman can bring on a man can make a man die at an early age. You hear about these young men at 25, 30, 40 years old. They've already, they're married. They've already got 4 or 5 kids. The wife is wicked. All she does is nag, causing stress, and ends up having a heart attack at a young age and dying. And everybody's like, man, he was young. What happened? It's because of the stress of being a husband and a father when not only he wasn't ready, but his wife wasn't ready for it, because neither one of them were virtuous. Because it says, a virtuous woman rejoiceth her husband. But in a lot of cases, especially nowadays, you hear a lot of the women that nag their husbands, criticizing their husbands about everything, every little thing. That's not rejoicing the husband. That's not going to bring peace to a man's life. It says, a good wife is a good portion, which shall be given in the portion of them that fear the Lord, which goes back to what we said at the very beginning of the lesson. If you are a man that is expecting and wanting a virtuous wife in his life, what makes you think that you deserve to have a virtuous woman in your life, or for the Most High to give you a virtuous woman, if you're not fearing the Lord? You're not keeping the commandments. You're not doing nothing to better yourself. You're not doing nothing this Bible says. You will not pick it up. You will not read it. You will not study it. You will not apply it to your life. So if you want a good woman, you want a good wife, again, a good wife is a good portion, which shall be given in the portion of them that fear the Lord. The only way you're going to receive of it is you've got to have the fear of the Most High in you. Plain and simple. It's not going to be given to you if you're a wicked man.
Right.
Let's go to Proverbs 12 and 4.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 12 and verse 4. A virtuous woman is a, hold on, a virtuous woman is a crown to her husband, but she that make it ashamed is as rottenness in his bones.
Read that one more time.
Right. A virtuous woman is a crown to her husband, but She that make it ashamed is as the rottenness in his bones.
So that again goes back to what we were just talking about a second ago. That nagging wife, the one that's always critical of her husband, always bringing stress upon the on the husband, or raising his stress level, like the video that we were just talking about. He dodged a bullet, because I guarantee you that if he had given in to her demands, they date for a while, they end up getting serious, end up getting married, Lord forbid. You can see already that she'd be the kind of woman that would be stressing this dude out. He already looked kind of stressed, just, even in the interview that they did on the one guy's channel. I can't remember this guy's name. There's one brother that's got this channel. He interviewed the both of them during the week.
Right.
You can see the guy, just the body language, that she would have been completely domineering over him. He would have no rest, because she would be making all kinds of demands. It would not stop. He would never be able to make her happy. Nothing he would be able to do would ever be able to satisfy her, because she, even as a tall woman, she was even talking about how she actually really prefers taller men. Nothing about this guy was anything that she prefers or was her ideal man. But in her words, she decided to give him a chance because, he was the one that came up and talked to her. But I find that disingenuous.
Right.
What I think she saw is that she saw a sucker, and that she was gonna get a free meal out of him, so that she could brag to her friends that, see, look at how I got it.
Yeah.
I could get any man I want. I could make them do anything I want. It backfired on her,
Free
because
meal.
the majority. Uh,
Not a free meal. Free meals.
yeah,
She was
yeah. There
gonna
you go.
drag
Free
him
meal.
along.
Yeah, yeah. She was free meals. You're absolutely right. Because she was gonna drag that dude along, and he's lucky that he didn't give in to it. But as it says, a virtuous woman is a crown to her husband, but she that maketh ashamed is as rottenness in his bones. And they're not even together, and you can see the body chemistry, the body language, and the chemistry between the two of them. Oil and water, they don't need to be together. They are not a fit. They are not a match in no way, shape, or form. But some people will try and push it, demand it. Well, I guess they're here right now. Yeah, he would be there for the time being, but as soon as some 6'3", 6'4" brother with, 8-pack abs, buffed out, debonair, money, nice car, nice house, 6-figure income comes along, he'll be forgotten about or cheated on. They
Yeah.
guarantee you that. So he was a smart man by making the decision that he did. So, husband, young men, one of the things that's not being taught to you is Proverbs 12:4. A virtuous woman is a crown to her husband. She's going to be a benefit to you. A benefit. She's not going to be someone that's going to be bringing all kinds of drama, toxicity to a relationship, because there are some women out there nowadays that are very toxic, and you don't want or need that kind of person around you. And not saying that there aren't men. Like I said, we're dealing with the women right now. We'll bring out the lesson on the men at another time, because we know there's toxic men out there too. Right now, we've got to deal with the brothers. We want a strong family unit. We've got to raise the men up to become a virtuous man, so that he can go out and find him a virtuous wife, so that he could have a virtuous household with kids that are also virtuous. Let's go to Proverbs 31 and 10 through 31. And read this one slow because I'm going to stop you here and there because this one's got a lot in it.
All right. The book of Proverbs, chapter 31 and verse 10. Who can find a virtuous woman?
So stop right there. That's the question. Who can find a virtuous woman? Ask yourself that question. Who can find a virtuous woman? I'm sorry, that music across the street. So, to get an understanding of what's going on here, I'm just going to read verses 1. Um, you know what? Go back and start from verse 1.
All right.
Start from verse 1. Yeah, so you get some context of what is going on here. This is King Lemuel's mother giving him some motherly advice about the kind of woman that he should be looking for. So the problem is nowadays our women are so toxic and so corrupted by the world. They're not giving their sons this advice that she's giving their son. How many of us as men can go back and remember our parents, our mothers giving us this kind of advice about women? I'm pretty sure the majority of us can't. And it's not their fault again because they weren't taught. And then their families, mothers and fathers weren't taught. It's a continuous cycle that has been going on for generations. And it's time for us to break the cycle. All right, so go ahead.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 31 and verse 1. The words of King Lemuel, the prophecy that his mother taught him.
That who taught him?
His mother taught him.
So, again, for you mothers, listen close because this is the same advice that you should be giving to your sons. This is the same teachings you should be giving to your sons so that they know what kind of woman that they should be looking for when they become marriageable age and it's time for them to find a wife. Go ahead.
What, my son? And what the son of my womb? And what the son of my vow? Give not thy strength unto a woman, nor thy ways to that which destroyeth kings.
Give not thy strength unto women. Why do we need to give this advice to our sons? Don't be giving your strength to women. Everything that the man does, he's given to the woman. And the kind of woman she's talking about is she's talking about a wicked woman. It's just not saying it. You know she's talking about the wicked woman in the next part where it says, nor thy ways to that which destroyeth kings. Because the wickedness of a woman can destroy a king. And we're going to read about, one of these situations when we read about Jezebel later on in the lesson if we get to it. A wicked woman can destroy a man. So don't be giving her all your time, your effort, your energy, your money, especially if she doesn't deserve it. That's what she's warning him about. Give not thy strength unto women. Go ahead.
It is not for kings, O Lemuel. It is not for kings to drink wine, nor for princes strong drink, unless they drink and forget the law and pervert the judgment of any of the afflicted.
Lest they drink and forget the law and pervert the judgment of any of the afflicted. Now, some of you may think she's literally talking about wine and strong drink. She's not. It's a double meaning to this. She's not just talking about actually drinking wine and drinking strong drink. She's talking about taking on the attributes of other religions, other gods, other philosophies, other doctrines. Because once you drink of the wine of the other doctrines, just like here in America, we're drinking of the wine of the fornications of America that you read about in the book of Revelation. So we've got to be careful of drinking of the wine or the doctrines of these other nations. Why is that? Lest they drink and forget the law. These other doctrines, these other philosophies, these other teachings, these other gospels will cause you to forget the laws of our God. And she's warning him about that. Be careful of women because they can, cause you to forget the laws of God. Read that again, verse 5, and go ahead and read on.
Verse 5, lest they drink and forget the law and pervert the judgment of any of the afflicted, give strong drink unto him that is ready to perish, and wine unto those that be of heavy heart. Let him drink and forget his poverty and remember his misery no more. Open thy mouth for the dumb in the cause of all such as are op- appointed to destruction. Open thy mouth, judge righteously, and plead the cause of the poor and needy.
Open thy mouth, judge righteously. So she's giving him advice as to when he becomes king or he becomes in charge. Open thy mouth, judge righteously, and plead the cause of the poor and needy. So she's trying to give him the advice, to give him the attributes of what a good king or a good leader, a good husband should be. All right, let's move on. Verse 10.
Verse 10. Who can find a virtuous woman?
Who can find a virtuous woman? Go ahead.
For her price is far above rubies.
For her price is far above rubies. A virtuous woman is more valuable than any diamond, any gold, any ruby, sapphire, emerald, anything that you can, any house, vehicle. A virtuous wife or a virtuous woman, just the value so far exceeds anything that you can think of in this earth besides the laws of the Lord. Her price is far above rubies. And you had this woman in that video talking about, I know my worth. She don't know her worth. She don't know. She has no idea what she was talking about. She was talking a bunch of mumbo jumbo.
Right.
I know my worth and I know my value. Basically, what's going through my head is, in other words, you saying you was real cheap. You real cheap. Because that's all it's gonna take is for him in order for him to have you is he just got to take you to a nice restaurant to make you feel good, and that's all it'll take.
Right.
Wine and dine you, and after he's done that, then the sky's the limit for him, or any other man for that matter that will give in to her demand. So she thinks in her mind that she's being a woman of wisdom. She thinks she's being a woman of knowledge by speaking the way she's speaking and saying the things that she does. It sounds good coming out of her mouth, but in reality, she has no idea what she's talking about. No
Right.
clue what she's talking about. I know my value. I know my worth. It's like, no, you don't. No, you don't. Because if you knew anything about what the Bible says and what God actually says about a virtuous woman, you would be able to take a look in the mirror and see that no, you're not a virtuous woman, and no, you don't know your worth. And you're showing your worth by the things that came out of your mouth in that video, showing that you was real cheap.
Right.
All right, let's go on.
Verse 11. The heart of her husband does safely trust in her.
The heart of her husband doeth safely trust in her. A virtuous woman is a woman that you can trust. You can trust your wife to go out there and, not be one of these women that's just gawking at other men and wanting to lust after other men and fantasize about being with other men and going out cheating, and you know what I mean? Or like you read about some of these women that steal from their husbands' bank accounts, or not even their husbands. They're just dating these dudes, so-called boyfriends,
Right.
stealing out of their accounts, getting pregnant by another man and tricking the dude into thinking that the baby is his. You see, if we taught our young men righteously and taught them right, they wouldn't run into these situations. How many videos do you see on YouTube and on these platforms now of these men going out getting DNA tests
Hmm.
to find out that the baby that they thought was their child for 5, 8, 10 years was theirs? To find out that no, she cheated on you. These are not virtuous women. And it's the majority of the women nowadays that are this way. But the Bible says the heart of her husband, a virtuous woman, the heart meaning the mind of her husband, doth safely trust in her. If you know your wife is a virtuous woman, you don't have to worry about none of that stuff with her. You don't have to sit around stressed out every day wondering whether or not your wife is, trying to, throw eyes at the next dude, or trying to, let the next dude come up and be like, oh, you know what? I could do better than him. Give me a chance. And next thing you know, the wife is messing around with some other dude. You got to teach the young men how to find a trustworthy woman, somebody that's honest and got a good report, not going after and finding these women that got 3, 4, 5, 6 kids with 3, 4, 5 different baby daddies, and then expect the man to suddenly step in because all the men that she did want didn't want her. They just left her with a bunch of kids, and now she's finding and looking for that sucker that's going to come in and step in and be a stepfather to all these kids with all these different men. Why would you do that? Why would you even want to do that? Now I can understand if it's one child. That's understandable. But she's got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different kids with 4, 5, 6 different baby daddies. And now you're going to be the fool to come along and be like, yeah, I'll take care of them. You really going to want to deal with all these different 3, 4, 5 different daddies trying to tell you, you don't tell my kid what to do. Don't you have that, don't you have that NIGGA around my son or around my daughter? He better not say nothing to mine. Otherwise, we going to have a problem. Why would you want to deal with that? Having these men still hanging around, having to worry about whether or not she's still messing with these dudes on the side when they have, child exchange or whatever they call it. Because some of that still goes on. She goes to drop the kids off at his house. They still mess around a little bit. She goes home and act like nothing happened. That's going on, in this day and time. The heart of her husband doth safely trust in her. Read on.
so that he shall have no need of spoil. He will do him good and not evil all the days of her life.
She will do him good and not evil all the days of her life. The kind of woman we were just talking about, doing evil to men. The majority of these women nowadays, like the lady in the video, that's evil what she's doing, and she doesn't even realize it. That's evil in the eyes of God, that she's trying to take advantage of this man, trying to take advantage of his generosity, trying to take advantage of his wealth, trying to take advantage of his time, taking advantage of his effort as a man to come and even want to spend time with her. And she's trying to take advantage of it. Going to Cheesecake Factory ain't good enough for me. You need to take me to the best of the best restaurant because that's what I'm worth. If she's treating him with evil already from the beginning, like I said, he dodged a bullet. Because if she's starting out like this, imagine what it's going to be like 5 months, a year down the line, 2 years down the line, 5 years down the line. She's not going to be showing that man any good. Everything that's going to be going on in that house, she's going to be treating that man evil all the days of his life or until he gets away from her. All praises for this dude. He was smart enough to get away from that lady. She will do him good and not evil all the days of her life. Mothers, you need to be teaching your sons this. Fathers, you need to be teaching your sons this. How to look for a virtuous woman that is going to do him good and not evil. Go ahead and read on.
She seeketh wool and flax, and worketh willingly with her hands.
She seeketh wool and flax and worketh willingly with their hands. That's that lady. She's what do you want to call it? She's always busy. She's always working, sewing, cooking, cleaning, helping, being a helpmeet to her husband, being a good wife, a good mother to her children, out there, doing yard work, planting flowers, planting, you know what I mean, things. Uh, I don't know what you call them, plants, flowers. Everything that she does is helping the household. She's a benefit to the household, not a detriment. Your wife sews, right? She
Yes,
works with her hands. My
yes,
wife does a lot of sewing. She works with her hands. They come up with all kinds of creative stuff.
right.
Feels nice to know that you found that virtuous woman that's going to do you good and not evil all the days of your life. One that seeks wool and flax and works willingly with their hands. My wife, you know what I mean? She's happy to go to In and Out.
Right.
She likes and she wherever she likes In and Out. She's happy to go to In and Out. She's happy, if I go with her to go to Michael's or Joann's or one of these fabric stores to go look for fabrics and stuff like that for her to do, to sew and, make garments or, make clothes and stuff like that. She's happy to do that. That's what you should be looking for. That's what you should be teaching your sons, teaching the kids, these young men to look for. Go ahead and read on.
She is like the merchant ships. She she bringeth her food from afar.
So again, what we was talking about earlier, and it's gonna go on with it also. But she bringeth her food from afar. She takes the time to go to the grocery store, making sure that the refrigerator, has food, or the cupboard's got food enough to sustain the household. If it's just you two, you don't have to worry about the cupboards and the refrigerator being full. We can't do that because a lot of the food won't get eaten. It'll get thrown out.
Mhm.
So it depends on the size of your household. If it's, just a few of you, then you're not going to need as much. If it's more of you, you're going to need more. But she takes the time to go and get the things that are needed for the household. Go ahead and read on.
Verse 15. She riseth also while it is yet night.
She riseth also while it is yet night. My wife tells me all the time about what she saw her mom doing. That's how she learned. My mom would wake up early, early, early in the morning and cook breakfast for my dad and iron his clothes and have his stuff put out and ready for him to go to work every day. And she does the same thing. She does exactly the same, exactly how what her mother taught her. Not only did she teach her, but she taught her by example. Rising early while it's still dark outside, taking care of the family, making sure there's food ready for the kids in the morning before they, leave for school, making sure the husband gets a little something in his stomach before he walks out the door to go to work, making sure his uniform is nice and clean and pressed and ironed, giving them hugs and kisses and loves, and you know what I mean? Have a good day, son. Have a good day, daughter. Honey, baby, have a good day at work. I'll see you later. And then if she has a job, then she gets herself ready and goes to work. So that's what you should be looking for. That's what we should be teaching these young men to look for. A woman that understands how to run a household. Because you hear a lot, what are those guys, especially the dudes that fresh and fit? You ever watch them?
Yep.
Would they be having these crazy girls on there that I know that's the last thing I'm doing. I ain't being no woman sitting at home cooking and cleaning for nobody. That ain't me. I'm not doing that. That's the majority of these girls' attitudes nowadays. That they are adamant that they're not going to be doing what they call a traditional wife. That's the wife, the job of a traditional wife. That's old school. The modern woman doesn't do those things. And that's why the modern woman is sitting there with all that makeup on thinking she looked good, but guess what? She's alone. She ain't got no man at home. They're constantly out looking for the next, the next, the next, the next, because they can't keep them. She riseth also while it is yet night. Go ahead.
And give it meat to her household.
Exactly what I just said. She's up early in the morning cooking breakfast and getting the household ready for the day's work and for the things to carry out the day. Go ahead.
And a portion to her maidens. She considereth a field and buy it, and hold on. She considereth a field and buyeth it.
So she considereth a field and buys it. She considereth a field and buys it. So she's one that's out there, you know what I mean, looking for a little piece of land to buy, to invest in. Her mind is on helping the household. Go ahead.
With the fruit of her hand, she planted a vineyard.
With the fruit of her hand, she planted the vineyard, like I spoke of earlier. She's out there in the garden, she's gardening, she's working, planting vegetables, flowers, plants, all of that. Go ahead.
She girded her loins with strength, and strengthened her arms.
Because of all that hard work she's doing. Go ahead.
He perceiveth that her merchandise is good. Her candle goeth not out by night.
So they're in a lot of cases. What's the word I'm looking for? My mind's going blank. Business wise, they're very business savvy. When does she
Mhm.
perceive it that her merchandise is good? She wants to, if she has some kind of a business. Um, my wife does that every once in a while. She makes some clothes to sell or make little, little things like that. And, she makes sure that the merchandise that she makes is is good, is a good quality. Good for those people to, to want to do business and purchase and buy. Did you read the next part? Her candle goeth out, not out by night.
Yep.
You did. Okay, go ahead and read on.
She laid her hands to the spindle.
That goes back to what we were talking about already. I guess I jumped the gun on some of it. That they're constantly on the what do you call it, the sewing machine sewing. That's the spindle. Always working. She laid her hands to the spindle. Go ahead.
And her hands hold the distaff. She stretched out her hand to the poor.
So they're willing to give. They're willing to give a helping hand to those in need. Go ahead.
Yeah, she reached forth her hands to the needle. No, I mean to the needy. She is not afraid of the snow for her household.
She's not afraid of the snow for her household. If they live in a climate where there's a lot of snow, she's quick to go out there and do what needs to be done to make sure, to help shovel the snow, make sure the roof is uncovered from the snow, the driveway is uncovered, you can get the cars out, got the kids all bundled up and ready to go to school, making sure the husband is bundled up and ready to go to school,
Mhm.
making sure she's prepared and ready to go to work or what have you. I said husband ready to go to school. Her husband is ready to go to work, I mean, but go ahead.
um, for all her household are clothed with scarlet. She maketh herself coverings of tapestry. Her clothing is silk and purple. Her husband is known in the gates.
Her husband is known in the gates. Her husband is known among the leadership. Her husband is known to be one out there doing the work of the Most High, bringing these precepts out, teaching, being a leader, teaching and keeping the commandments of the Most High. Her husband is known in the gates. Go ahead.
When he sitteth among the elders of the land, she maketh fine linen, and selleth it, and delivereth girdles unto the merchant.
So, again, these are the attributes of a virtuous woman. This is the kind of woman you should be teaching your son to go and look for. Go ahead.
Right? Strength and honor are her clothing, and she shall rejoice in time to come.
Strength and honor are her clothing. You see, this woman in that video thought that that little green dress is what made her up, is what made her physical clothing. No, the Lord is saying strength and honor are your clothing, not that little piece of rag that you had on making yourself think you look good. That's why that lady didn't know what she's talking about. And she was talking about, I know my worth. No, if you were worth something, you would be a woman that's of strength and honor. That's what you would be wearing. That would be your clothing. That would be the covering that you are um, wanting to display to the world. Not talking about that little piece of skirt or whatever that was she was wearing, that green dress, skirt, whatever it was. Go ahead.
Mhm. She openeth her mouth with wisdom, and in
She
her
opened
tongue
her mouth with wisdom. Wisdom. This lady thought she was speaking wisdom, but what was coming out of her mouth was foolishness. Go
Right.
ahead.
And her tongue is the law of kindness.
And in her tongue is the law of kindness. They're going to be talking about the laws and the commandments. They're going to be talking about the things of the Lord. Not going to be talking about the stuff that you hear a lot of these women talking about. The Jada Pinkett Smiths or whatever her name is. Some of these other so-called celebrity women. They got no business being online trying to influence nobody. Their their households, their marriages are in total disarray. But yet they got the nerves to be online trying to give your girls, your women, our women marital advice. Jada Smith, Jada Pinkett is trying to give our women marriage advice. Look at her marriage. Look at her kids. What would make you think that she's somebody to be listened to? Somebody to want to emulate? She's obviously got some kind of issue. She's got all kinds of mental issues that she needs to deal with. But yet, there are a lot of women out there trying to emulate this lady. There is no wisdom coming out of the mouths of these women that are online trying to teach you how to get a man. They think they've got wisdom, but they don't. Why is that? Because their wisdom is not coming out of the scriptures. Their wisdom is not from above. Go ahead.
She looketh well to the ways of her household,
She looketh
and
well to the ways of her household. Jada Pinkett Smith isn't looking at the ways of her household. She doesn't look well to it. That's why she got a daughter that's trying to look like a dude and her son trying to be a girl. Total confusion in their household. The husband is the wife and the wife is the husband. All the roles are completely backwards in their household. It's crazy. But yet, this is what everybody called the power couple in Hollywood. They've stayed married for so long. They've got a good marriage. She looketh well to the ways of her household. That's what a virtuous woman does. How are her kids? How do they act when they're outside the home? Are they respectful? Are they courteous and kind to others? She's teaching them the commandments of God. She's making sure that they're keeping them. Making sure they're not at school being bullies. Making sure they're at school, you know what I mean, not trying to get involved in gangs and violence with all the other kids and all of that. She looketh well to the ways of her household. Go ahead.
eateth not the bread of idleness.
And eateth not the bread of idleness, because there are a lot of women nowadays. Part of the problem is that they've got way too much free time on their hands. And idleness breeds wickedness, no matter how you try and put it. If you have a virtuous wife, she's not going to eat the bread of idleness. She's always going to be busy. I sometimes got to even tell my wife, like, you know what, sit down, let's come over here and sit down a little bit, relax.
Mm-hmm.
Come sit down over here, come watch this movie with me. Just come over, just don't worry about that right now. You get to it later. The house is clean, it's always clean. Just come sit down, come hang out a little bit. And eat is not the bread of idleness. Because what happens when a lot of these women are sitting around with nothing to do? That's when the demons start coming out. It's the gossiping, the idle talk, the idle chatter, social media. Now their time is being filled up on the phone talking to the girls and gossiping about so and so and so and so and so and so, or being on social media arguing and gossiping, and you know what I mean?
Mhm.
Their time is just being taken up with foolishness. And then when the husband comes home, now that foolishness is going to be directed at him. All right, go ahead and read.
Her children arise up and call her blessed. Her husband also, and he praises her.
So this is one of the things that I read, and I'm like, how could people not? They say they're Israelites, but they get mad when you talk about your wife. It's like, I don't understand that. It says her children rise up and call her blessed. A virtuous woman, the children are going to have respect and courtesy and honor their mother. The husband also, and he praiseth her. Because I remember at one point we're around one brother, and he seemed to get offended, that I would talk about my wife. Like, man, why is he always talking about his wife all the time? It's what the
Mhm.
Bible says a man is going to do. Like I'm not even conscious of it. Yeah, I'm talking about her because I'm blessed to have her.
Right.
But you have some of our Israelite men that claim to be Israelites, that claim they know the scriptures, and you got to sometimes scratch your head and go, dude, I thought you knew the scriptures. Why would you even be questioning something? Why would that even bother you? If anything, you should be happy for the brother. You know what I mean? Praising him because he's able to praise his wife. Like, man, that brother got a good wife. He's got him a virtuous woman. All praises. She make him happy. Make him so happy to the point he's always praising her, man. She's got to be a good woman. But I don't know. But that's
Right.
what the scripture says. That her children are going to call her blessed. The husband's going to call her blessed, and she's going to praise her. Go ahead.
Many daughters have done virtuously, but thou excellest them all.
Many daughters have done virtuously, but thou excellest them all. Go ahead.
Favor is deceitful,
Favor is deceitful. Read.
um, and beauty is vain.
And beauty is vain. Beauty is vain. You see, that's what that woman in that video don't get.
Right.
She thinks it's all about the beauty. That's where everything's been flipped upside down from what God expects of us and what the world expects of us. Everything in the world is about beauty and looks and how good you look and what you're wearing and all. God don't care about none of that
Mhm.
because he knows that don't make a virtuous woman. He knows that's all vanity. It's all vain. Go ahead.
But a woman that feareth the Lord, she shall be praised.
That's why she's not. She thought she was about to get praised by putting this guy on blast and trying to embarrass him. But in reality, she ended up making herself look bad. She made herself look foolish. That's why she's not getting praise because she's not a woman that fears the Lord, even though she in her interviews and stuff like that was trying to talk about the Lord and talk about God, and she's lost. She's in total confusion. Go ahead.
Give her of the fruit of her hands, and let her own works praise her in the gates.
Give her of the fruit of her hands and let her own works praise her in the gates, meaning people should see that she's keeping the commandments. She's a good woman doing those things that are good, meaning keeping the commandments. And people should be able to see it like, man, she's a good woman.
Mhm.
These are the things that we should be teaching to our young men. The scriptures tell us clearly what kind of woman to look for as a wife. There's nowhere in the scriptures where he's telling us to go look for one of them ratchet, loud talking, cursing like a sailor, head head wiggling, finger snapping. You know what I mean? You could go on and on.
Right.
That is not the kind of woman that he told us to go and look for. Let's go to Sirach 26 and 13 through 16. Let's get some more.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 26 and verse 16,
13 through 16.
13. It says, the grace of a wife delighted her husband, and her discretion will fatten his bones.
The grace of a wife delighteth her husband. Listen to all these positive things that the Lord says about a wife, about a woman. The kind of wife that we should have as Israelite men. It says the grace of your wife should delight you, and her discretion will fatten your bones. Means you need to find a wife that has discretion. Because you hear us talk about a lot that our men lack discretion, our women lack discretion also. We just don't talk about it as much because, again, we need to get our men right. We need to get the men right. Because there are even leaders in Israel that still need to be retaught. And her discretion will fatten his bones. Read on.
A silent and loving woman is a gift of the Lord.
That is absolutely true. A silent and loving woman is a gift of the Lord. If you have a woman, you have a wife in your life that is silent and loving, she's not out here cursing you out, calling you all
Mhm.
kind of names, raising your stress levels up. Everything is always a battle. Everything is always constant criticism and ridicule. That's not the kind of wife you want. That's not the kind of woman the Lord is telling you to look for. He says a silent and loving woman is a gift of the Lord. But unfortunately, in society, our men think that because she's got round hips, a big butt, and all the other physical attributes that society pushes out there, that that's what makes her a gift of the Lord. Man, I met this girl. She was bad. She was a 10. Everything was banging. She got it going on. But all he's looking at is the physical. When she's talking, every other word coming out of her mouth is profanity. She's having an attitude. She's got the gooseneck.
Mhm.
She's got the eye roll. She's got the, what do they call it? They get the finger movements. Let me stop
Right.
doing that because how people will take stuff and be like, look at him, you see. But that's what she was doing. I know my worth, and they get the fingers moving. A silent and loving woman is a gift of the Lord. Read on.
And there is nothing so much worth as a mind well instructed.
Go ahead.
A shamefaced and faithful woman is a double grace.
A shamefaced and faithful woman is a double grace. The majority of these women out there are not shamefaced. They don't know how to be silent. They don't know how to be quiet. They don't know how to just exist without being over the top. Everything they do, the way they dress, the way they talk, the way they act, a lot of them act like men. A lot of them. They've got the spirit of a man in them in the way that they conduct themselves. But the Lord says a shamefaced and faithful woman is a double grace. If a woman can't even be faithful to go to church and actually follow the things that she's supposedly learning in church, what makes you think that she's going to be faithful to you? She can't even be faithful to God.
Right.
Yeah, she goes to church on Sunday, but she was just at the club on Saturday night. She just got home from the club at 3 o'clock in the morning on Saturday from drinking, dancing, and freaking up on all kinds of men. She probably just brought a dude home from the club. But she think as long as she get up on Sunday and go to church and go and clap and dance around and catch the Holy Ghost, that, she's going to be all right. If she can't be faithful to the Lord, what makes you think she's going to be faithful to you? He says a shamefaced and faithful woman is a double grace. Read on.
And her continent mind cannot be valued.
Her continent mind cannot be valued. You see, this woman thought that what made her of value was the dress that she had on, the makeup she had on, her nails, her hair. She thought that's what gave her value. But the Lord says a woman's continent mind, it's so great in value, it cannot be valued. Go ahead.
As the sun, when it ariseth in the high heaven, so is the beauty of a good wife in the or
Ordering,
daring
ordering of her
ordering
house.
of her house.
So he says, as the sun when it ariseth in the high heaven, so is the beauty of a good wife in the ordering of her house. You see, it's not actually talking about her actual beauty right now. There's the Bible speaks, there's nothing wrong with the wife being beautiful. Because if you read about a lot of our women in the scriptures, we got beautiful women in our, amongst us. The so-called Black, Hispanic, and Native American women, we got the most beautiful women in the world. That's why everybody want our women. But it's not about the beauty. You see, the beauty is secondary to everything else, to her having a good spirit. See, she could be physically beautiful all day long, but it means nothing if she has a wicked spirit. Let's go to Sirach 36 and 22 through 25, because here he talks about the beauty of the wife. There's nothing wrong with her, of your wife being physically beautiful, as long as her spirit goes along to match or exceed it. Go ahead.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 36 and verse 22. The beauty of a woman cheereth the countenance, and a man loveth nothing better.
So the beauty of a woman cheereth the countenance. So the Lord is telling you, there's nothing wrong with the woman being beautiful. Because a beautiful woman, your wife is nice to look at. That cheers your countenance. A man loves nothing better. But read on.
If there be kindness, meekness, and comfort in her tongue, then is not her husband like other men.
Says, if there be kindness, meekness, and comfort in her tongue, then is not her husband like other men. If she's kind, she's showing a spirit of meekness. She comforts her husband. Isn't that what the woman should be doing? Because in a lot of cases, a lot of these women are not comforting their husband. The husband comes home from work, he's tired, hungry, and they'll just roll over in the bed and act like he ain't even home. Won't get up, go fix him a little something to eat. Don't even speak to him. Don't even say nothing to him. Then is not her husband like other men? Read on.
He that
Verse 20.
getteth a 24, right?
Yep.
He that getteth a wife beginneth a possession.
He that getteth a wife begetteth a possession. Because you hear all these women nowadays talking about, you don't own me, I ain't your possession. But guess what the Lord says,
Right.
ladies? You are the possession of your husband. That's not our words, that's God's words. He that getteth a wife beginneth the possession. Read on.
A help like unto himself, and a pillar of rest.
A help like unto himself, and a pillar of rest. If you're a virtuous woman, your husband's not going to be coming home to a house full of toxic, a toxic environment where all it is just nagging, 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 nagging. A help like unto himself and a pillar of rest. That's what God put the wife here for. Go ahead.
Where no hedge is, there the possession is spoiled.
The hedge is talking about the protection. Because what do you put around a castle? What do you put around a building to protect it? Keep people out. The hedge says where no hedge is, where there's no protector, the possession is spoiled. So if you don't have anything protecting your possession, then it could be stolen, it could be hurt, it could be destroyed, it could be taken. Go ahead.
And he that had no wife will wander up and down mourning.
And that's where sometimes you got to feel sorry for some of our brothers that don't have a wife. They haven't found that virtuous wife yet
Mm-mm.
because they're wandering up and down and they're in mourning because they don't have that help meet. They don't have that pillar of rest to come home to. But all of our men should be aspiring to that. But that's not what America teaches our young men. America teaches our young men to have baby mamas, to be a baby daddy, to be a player, be with as many women being as with as many men as you want before you get married. Being a wicked husband or a wicked man. Again, if you are an Israelite man, you're so-called black, so-called Hispanic, so-called Native American, you're an Israelite, and you're looking for a virtuous woman. Again, it starts with you. The Lord is not going to bless you with a virtuous woman if you're not ready for it.
Right.
In fact, Brad, I don't even know. I don't think I have this in the. It just popped in my head. Sirach, we already went to Sirach 26 and 13 through 16, right?
Yes.
Verse 23. I don't think I even put that in the lesson. I don't see how. How did I forget that one?
23.
Yeah, 26 and 23.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 26 and verse 23. A wicked woman is given as a portion to a wicked man, but a godly woman is given to him that feareth the Lord.
So that goes into what we were talking about earlier about, you know, you a wicked woman who wants that in their life. If you are a man and you want the Lord to bless you with a virtuous woman, he's not going to do it. If you're a wicked man, he's not going to appoint you a virtuous woman. Why would he give you a nice, loving, virtuous woman if all you're going to do is end up hurting her and corrupting her? Why would he do it? As it says, a wicked woman is given as a portion to a wicked man. You wonder why you keep finding all these wicked women in your life?
Right.
Go take a look in the mirror. It's you. It has to do with you. You can't find that good woman. You got to go and take a look in the mirror and say, you know what do I need to change? Pray to the Most High. What do I need to change within myself so that I can find this kind of a woman? A wicked woman is given as a portion to a wicked man, but a godly woman is given to him that feareth the Lord. So if you don't fear the Lord, you're not keeping his commandments, you're not doing his law, you can forget about the Most High blessing you with a good woman, because he's not going to do it. You're going to continue going through that cycle of meeting somebody and it not working out, meeting somebody and it don't work out, meeting the next person and it doesn't work out.
Right.
We're not here to be boyfriend and girlfriends. God didn't put us here to be baby daddies and baby mamas. He put us here to have marriage with one another. That's what he honors. Grab that in Hebrews 13:4.
The book of Hebrews, chapter 13, and verse 4. Marriage is honorable in all, and the bed undefiled. But whoremongers and adulterers God will judge.
So God says marriage is honorable in all, not boyfriend, girlfriend, not baby daddy, baby mama, not going to the club just to find somebody for the night, not one night stands, not multiple wives, none of that. Marriage is honorable in all. One man, one wife, the two becoming one, not the three, the four, the five becoming one. You don't read about that in the scriptures. And that's a whole nother, we got a lesson on multiple wives in our video archives on YouTube. Go and watch it. No, we don't believe in multiple wives. We're going to continue to put that out there and let that be known, because we're not going to allow ourselves to get lumped in with some of these camps out there that are teaching that foolishness of multiple wives. And then there are some that teach that no, we're not going to have multiple wives here at this time, but we're going to have multiple wives in the kingdom. No, we're not going to have multiple wives in the kingdom. And that's where the confusion comes from. Because you have people just say, you know what, well, we can't have multiple wives right now, but we'll have them in the kingdom, so I might as well go for it right now. Marriage is honorable in all, and the bed undefiled. So whatever you and your husband and wife do behind closed doors, it's undefiled according to the Most High, because you're married. All right. So remember that the next time you find that stranger to go out on a date with, and you find yourself in the position to where you may find yourself ready to commit fornication. Is that of the Most High? Is that what the Most High wants? That's not what he wants. That's why he says, but whoremongers and adulterers God will judge. God's going to deal with you at some point. You may get away with having one baby, two baby, three, four, five baby mamas. You may be getting away with, having a bunch of baby daddies right now, going out playing the field, having a good time, but at some point it's going to catch up to you. The Most High will judge you, whether it be by you might catch some STD, you might catch AIDS, one of those. You might even find the wrong person that turns out to be, some crazed, deranged lunatic that might end up harming you, which is common nowadays. That's why you got to be careful who you talk to, who you deal with. That's why you need to vet whoever it is you bring into your life, because people are bringing too many people into their lives that are completely wrong for them and end up being deadly for them. Let's go to Proverbs 18:22.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 18 and verse 22. Whoso findeth a wife findeth a good thing, and obtaineth favor of the Lord.
Whoso findeth a wife findeth a good thing. Why? Because marriage is honorable and all. You find a wife, you found a good thing. You don't need to be out there searching no more. And that's what America breeds. That's part of the problem with America. And now it's that same sentiment is now worldwide, unfortunately. That nothing's never enough. Nothing's ever good enough. Like the lady in that video. He's never going to be enough for her, because she's always going to want more. She's always going to be seeking something better, something that's more expensive, somebody that's more debonair, somebody with more money, somebody that's taller, somebody who's more muscular,
Mm-hmm.
more. The dude is always going to be looking for more. She's not light enough. She's not dark enough. She's not tall enough. She's not short enough. She's not thin enough. She's not thick enough. There's always going to be something that they're going to be out searching, even when they find a wife, because that's what America breeds. Nothing is good enough. There's got to be something better. And you wonder why all these marriages fail in America. That's why, because they're always searching for, you found that person, you said they were the one. You got married, you made the vows, and the next thing you know, as soon as someone that's got more money, that's got a better job, they've got maybe more favor in society, more popular, all of a sudden now they become an attraction. And then the actual husband or wife gets forgotten about it. The next thing you know, they're having problems, they're getting divorced, there's adultery involved. But we just read it again.
It says, whoso findeth a wife findeth a good thing, and obtaineth favor of the Lord.
So you want to make sure that the person that you get involved with has the attributes of a virtual woman. The Lord is telling us, He's telling us what kind of woman to look for when it comes to marriage. Blessed is the man that hath a virtuous wife. He tells us what kind of wife to take and what kind of wife not to take. Let's go to Leviticus 21:7. Now, here in Leviticus 21, this is talking about the Levitical priests and what kind of wife and what kind of woman they're supposed to look for. So, if this is a commandment for the priests, what do you think he expects of us? Go ahead.
The book of Leviticus, chapter 21 and verse 7. They shall not take a wife that is a whore, or profane. Neither shall there take a woman put away from her husband, for he is holy unto his God.
So the Bible is very clear, concise, without no stuttering,
Right.
nothing. They shall not take a wife that is a whore or profane. So you men that are out here wanting to take these women that have laid down with 10, 20, 50, 100, 200, 500. You hear the numbers some of these women be talking about on these videos is unreal.
Yeah.
Why would you want to be the guy to come along after she's done gave it to every man under the sun just about, and now you're going to be the one to come save her and be that dude to love and cherish her and think that she's going to love and cherish you back and be faithful to you? That's why we're being commanded. They shall not take a wife that is a whore or profane. Why would you want to, like some of these rap artists and basketball players and football players that start messing around with these women that are OnlyFans models, or
Mm.
what's the other one? Instagram models. These what do you call it? Porn stars and stuff like that. Why would you want to marry a woman like that? Look at Kanye West. Why would you have married a woman like Kim Kardashian, knowing how many different men she's been with? And then not only marry her, but have a bunch of kids with her? That shows you he obviously has got something irregular about his mental state. He doesn't know the Bible. But yet, remember when he used to do those Sunday, what did they call it? Sunday something, where he would have like the little concerts and
Right.
playing church. He did it for a while. It became popular for a while, but he didn't know the Bible. He really couldn't teach you nothing about the Most High and the Most High's laws and commandments. But he had thousands of people watching, thousands of people showing up. He influenced a lot of people that he knew the Bible and that what he was teaching them and telling them and showing them was from the Bible. Why would you take advice from this man about your marriage, about relationships, and about God when his whole life is in shambles just because he's a billionaire? Just because he's got money? It says, neither shall they take a woman put away from her husband. Because if a man has put a woman away, we're not supposed to deal with her. That's adultery. But what society breeds that she don't even have to even really be put away from her husband. She can still be with her husband, and these men don't care, and they'll still go sleep with her, bragging, "Oh man, yeah, I took his woman," thinking that that's something to brag about. That's foolishness. For he is holy unto his God. Let's go to Leviticus 21 and 13 through 15. Again, the Most High is telling you what kind of woman to look for marriage.
The book of Leviticus, chapter 21 and verse 13. And he, and he shall take a wife in her virginity, a widow or a divorced woman or profane or an harlot, these shall not these shall he not take, but he shall take a virgin of his own people to wife.
But he shall take what?
A virgin of his own people to wife.
A virgin of his own people to wife. That's the key word right there. Own. A virgin of his own people to wife. Because it was never ordained by the Most High for us to go outside of our nationality to take a wife, outside of our nation. So, you so called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, we're not supposed to be out there marrying women of the Edomites, marrying women of the Ishmaelites, which are the Arabs, marrying women of the Moabites, which are the Chinese, of the Ammonites, which are the Japanese. None of these Hamites, which are, the Africans. We were never allowed. Nowhere in the scriptures were we ever told that we were allowed to do that. We were commanded and we are told to take a virgin, a wife of our own people to wife. Go ahead.
Verse 15, neither shall he profane his seed among his people, for I, the Lord, do sanctify him.
Neither shall he profane his seed among his people. How are you going to profane your seed? Going and dealing with women of the other nations, having children with them, spreading your seed amongst a bunch of different women in Israel, having a bunch of baby mamas. It makes that's why this whole multiple wives makes absolutely no sense. From the beginning, the Most High never ordained for us to have more. He may have allowed it for a while, but there's a lot of things that the Most High let us get away with. But now he expects us to repent. Let's go to Proverbs 5 and 18 through 20.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 5 and verse 18. Let thy fountains be blessed, and rejoice with the wife of thy youth. Let her be as the loving hind and
Hi.
pleasant roe. Hind. Let her be as the loving hind and pleasant roe. Let her breast satisfy thee at all times, and be thou ravished always with her love.
Ravished. And be thou
Ravished.
ravished always with her love. Go ahead.
And why wilt thou, my son, be ravished with a strange woman, and embrace the bosom of a stranger?
And why wilt thou, my son, be ravished with a strange woman and embrace the bosom of a stranger? Now, this has got double meaning to it also. On one hand, it is talking about an actual wife of your youth, to let her breast satisfy thee at all times, and be thou ravished always with her love. And then he says, and why wilt thou, my son, be ravished with a strange woman, embrace the bosom of a stranger? Also going into, again, different doctrines, different philosophies. That woman is different religions like Islam, Hinduism, Buddhism. He's telling us to rejoice of the wife of our youth, which is what? The commandments of the Lord, this law.
Right.
Why would taking on the sincere milk of the word, sucking on your mother's breast to get the sincere milk of the word, so that you may grow thereby? But instead, you'd rather be ravished with the bosom of a strange woman, talking about a strange doctrine or a strange religion. You'd rather go and suck on the breast of Islam. You'd rather go suck on the breast of Hinduism or Buddhism. You desire their milk rather than the sincere milk of the word. And why wilt thou, my son, be ravished with a strange woman, embrace the bosom of a stranger? Why would you do that? Why would you turn to another God and leave our God that has done so much good for our people? And also, why would you go away from the wife of your youth to go be messing around with another woman? Just to what? End up divorced? end up in financial ruin because now you got to pay her all kinds of child support, all kinds of financial support. It's crazy the amounts of money that you're hearing some of these um, celebrities having to pay in these divorces. Thought it was bad back in the day, but it's gotten bad. What is it, Tyrese? I was reading the other day. He's got to pay for each of his kids. One kid 10,000 a month, another kid 10,000 a month. Kevin Costner is stuck paying 60,000 a month for what I think 3 kids he's got with his wife and their divorce. $60,000 a month. What what kid needs $60,000 a month to survive in this world? It's like, come on. Well, when is ridiculous getting, when is it going to be actually acknowledged as this is ridiculous? Maybe he should be made to set up some kind of, savings or something like that to put that money in for them for the future. But $60,000 a month?
Mm.
And they still haven't even said which one of them actually cheated. Whether, well, they've come out and said the wife has. They've got the evidence of that, but also too, there's still the rumor of him supposedly messing around and getting the woman pregnant on one of his shows or something like that. But again, why would you do that? If he is the one that messed around and got another woman pregnant, look at what it's cost him. His wife, his kids, and $60,000 a month in alimony and child support. That's crazy. Look at Dr. Dre's wife when they were getting divorced. She was trying to get 100 grand a month. He got real lucky that the judge didn't go for that. A lot of these women are getting greedier and greedier when it's time for them to go and collect. They want more and more money. And I think with Tyrese, I think his wife was asking for 20 grand a month or something like that, but she ended up only getting 10. But she wanted more. Even with Kevin Costner, his wife wanted more. So he got lucky that the judge actually, I think, was she looking for 100,000 a month or 200? It was a real outlandish number. And he got lucky that the judge at least gave him, a little leeway. You know what I mean? At least sympathized with him a little bit. All right, let's go to the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 9 and verse 9.
The book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 9 and verse 9. Live joyfully with the wife whom thou lovest all the days of the life of thy vanity, which he had given thee under the sun, all the days of thy vanity, for that is thy portion in this life, and in thy labor which thou takest under the sun.
Live joyfully with the wife whom thou lovest all the days of the life of thy vanity. So, the woman you chose to marry, you should be joyfully living with her and loving her all the days of your natural born life or what's left of it. Let's go to 1 Corinthians chapter 7 and verse 2 through 5.
The book of First
Now,
Corinthians. Mhm.
it's not going to take a genius to listen to what this is saying to understand that this is saying we should have one wife. So I don't know what some of these guys are reading to make them believe that this is saying anything other than what it says. Go ahead and read.
The book of First Corinthians, chapter 7 and verse 2. Nevertheless, to avoid fornication, let every man have his own wife, and let every woman have her own husband. Let the husband render unto the wife benevolence, and likewise also the wife unto the husband. The wife had not power over her own body, but the husband. And likewise, also the husband has no power over his own body, but the wife. Defraud ye not one the other, except it be with consent for a time, that ye may give yourselves to fasting and prayer, and come together again, that Satan tempt you not for your incontinency.
Yeah, incontinency. So it's telling us, nevertheless, to avoid fornication. So, in order for you to avoid being a single man out there laying down with women, let every man have his own wife and let every woman have her own husband, because the man could be caught up in fornication and the woman could be caught up in fornication. Christ made sure that it was crystal clear that what goes for one goes for the other. Let the husband render unto the wife due benevolence. You need to show respect. You need to show courtesy. You need to show love to your wife. You need to show honor unto your wife. And as it says, and likewise also the wife unto the husband. The wife has not power of her own body, but the husband, and likewise also the husband has not power of his own body, but the wife. He's just basically telling you, you know what? In those times where they're wanting it, give it to them.
Right.
Defraud ye not one the other. The Most High he's real with it. If you're holding back gratification from your husband, you're going to cause him to become tempted to want to go out and look for it somewhere else. A husband, if you defraud your wife of it, you keep it back from your wife, she's going to be tempted to go out and look for it and get it from another man. So he does not hold back. He tells you the real. Defraud ye not one the other, except it be with consent for a time, that ye may give yourselves to fasting and prayer, and come together again, that Satan tempt you not for your incontinency. That's what he's telling us. Don't be holding back sex from your partner. Otherwise, you're opening up a can of worms. You're going to allow Satan to come in and bring temptation into your relationship. And next thing you know, somebody's going to end up cheating. Somebody's going to commit adultery. So you got to be careful of that. All right. And nowhere in there does it say anything about the husband can force the wife, and nothing about the wife can force the husband. Because I don't know where some of these camps are getting that from, but you got camps out there still debating rape. If you, again, if you believe that the scripture says that we have a right to rape somebody, you got problems, man. If even, you know what I mean, the thought that if the Most High said that we could rape women, I'd be questioning the Most High. Like, wait a minute, Lord, hold on.
Right. Right.
Like, wait a minute, is
Right.
something not right here, Lord? All right, let's go to Ephesians 5:22 through 23.
The book of Ephesians, chapter 5 and verse 22. Wives, submit yourselves unto your own husband as unto the Lord.
Submit, submit. That's a word that a lot of these ladies today cannot stand. They hate that word, submit. I ain't in submission to nobody. Wives, submit yourselves unto your husbands as unto the Lord. Submit to your husband just like you would Christ. Go ahead.
For the husband is the head of the wife, even as Christ is the head of the church, and he is the savior of the body.
So, for the husband is the head of the wife. That's what we mentioned earlier. The husband, the father, he's the head of the household. Here in America, it's been completely flipped. They have the woman wears the pants in the relationship. Now they have the women thinking that they run the relationship, that they're the head. And in some cases, if they're a single mother, they have to be. Go ahead.
Verse
24.
24. Therefore, as the church is subject unto Christ, so let the wives be to their own husbands in everything.
Therefore, as the church is subject unto Christ, so let the wives be to their own husbands in everything. So before you decide to get up and, go look for another job or quit your job, you need to be consulting your husband about it. Before you go on that girls' vacation, that girls' weekend out, which shouldn't be happening if a woman is married to begin with, you need to be consulting your husband. Oh, baby, the ladies, they want me to go on this cruise with them to Jamaica. Is it okay if I go? A husband, if he's a man worth anything, is going to look at his wife and be like, no, I don't think so. And the wife, if she has respect for her husband, will say, you know what, you're right. Yeah, it's not a good thing for me to do. Yeah, you're right. All my friends, they're all single. Yeah, let them go do that and have their fun. I'm staying home with my husband. But that's not what happens nowadays. She starts putting up a fight. You trying to
Right.
control me. You're being insecure. I'm going. You ain't my daddy. You don't tell me what to do. That's what goes on nowadays. And then she'll go on this vacation. And because you guys had the fight before, the argument before she left, now her friends are in her ear. Girl, I told you need to have left him a long time ago. Girl, you need to go on this cruise and you need this. When we get to Jamaica, you better find you somebody. We gonna make sure you find you a man up here. And the next thing you know, she's in Jamaica messing around with some dude, and her friends will come back home and they'll never tell you. It happens all the time. Therefore, as the church is subject unto Christ, so let the wives be to their own husbands in everything, not some things, everything. You should be consulting your husband about everything. Go ahead and read on.
Husbands, love husbands, love your wives, even as Christ also loved the church and gave himself for it.
So he don't leave the husband out. Husbands, love your wives, even as Christ also loved the church and gave himself for it. Christ was willing to die for the church, for his people. The church is Israel. You so called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, you are the church. The church is not a building, the church is a people. Husbands, love your wives. It's plain and simple, clear cut. Go ahead and read.
That he might sanctify and cleanse it with the washing of water by the word.
It's talking about that he might sanctify and cleanse. It is talking about the church, the people, you Israelites, by washing you with washing of water by the word. That's how he's sanctifying and cleansing you. Go ahead.
That he might present it to himself a glorious church, not having spot or wrinkle or any such thing, but that it should be holy and without blemish.
But that it should be holy and without blemish. Read on.
So ought men to love their wives as their own bodies.
So ought men to love their wives as their own bodies. Read.
He that loveth his wife loveth himself.
He that loveth his wife loveth himself, because there is a lot of selfishness out here in these relationships now, where it's all about me, 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 me. Everybody's out on the take because of love of self. That's one of the things that we're warned about in 2 Timothy 3. Hold that, go to 2 Timothy 3 and 1 real quick. This is part of the reason why relationships are in so much shambles nowadays, because people don't know the scriptures.
2 Timothy 3 and
Verse 1.
verse 1. The book of Second Timothy, chapter 3 and verse 1. This know also that in the last days perilous times shall come. For men shall be lovers of their own self, covetous, boasters, proud, blasphemers, disobedient to parents, unthankful, unholy, without natural affection, truth breakers, false accusers, incontinent, fierce, despisers of those that are good, traitors, heady minded, lovers of pleasure more than lovers of God, having a form of godliness but not denying the power thereof. From such turn away.
From such turn away. You can stop right there. So that's the reason why relationships nowadays are so much shambles, because people are lovers of their own selves. They're proud, they're boasters, all of it. And they carry these attitudes into their relationships, that it's all about me. You got to make me happy. Just like that lady in that video, it was all about her happiness. It was never about her making the man happy. Her thought was, you should just be happy to be in my mere presence, because that's how valuable I am. That's how good I look. You should be fortunate to just even be in my presence right now. That was her attitude. Go ahead and read on. Let's go back to verse
Um,
20. Actually, read verse 28 again, then go to 29.
Ephesians chapter 5 and verse 28. So ought men to love their wives as their own bodies. He that loveth his wife loveth himself. For no man ever yet hated his own flesh, but nourished and cherished it, even as the Lord the church. For we are members of his body, of his flesh, and of his bones. For this cause shall a man leave his father and mother, and shall be joined unto his wife, and they two shall be one flesh.
How many times do we read that in the scriptures? We read about it in the Old Testament. We read about it in the Gospels. Christ says it. And now we're reading it here in Ephesians. Paul is talking about it. But somehow, some way, you got men out here reading the scriptures and telling you got multiple wives. Go ahead and read.
This is a great mystery, but I speak concerning Christ and the church. Nevertheless, let every one of you in particular so love his wife even as himself, and the wife see that she reverence her husband.
All right. Let's go to 1 Peter 3 and 1 through 7.
The book of First Peter, chapter 3 and verse 1. Likewise, ye wives, be in subjection to your own husbands, that if any obey not the word, they also may without the word be won by the conversation of the wife, while they behold your chaste conversation coupled with fear, whose adorning let it not be that outward adorning of planting
Or
the hair,
plaiting the hair.
plaiting, plaiting the hair, and the wearing of gold, or putting on apparel.
So it says, whose adorning, let it not be that outward adorning, like the lady in the video, making sure her hair was done with the braids, her gold chains and rings, her apparel, her dress. That's all she thought. That's all was on her mind. Go ahead.
But let it be the hidden man of the heart,
See,
in the
that's
which
what she didn't do. She failed to let it be the hidden woman of the heart, because it's talking about man or woman. You saw what was really in her heart by what she said, the things she said to the guy, and the way she acted. But let it be the hidden man of the heart. Go ahead.
in that which is not corruptible, even the ornaments of a meek and quiet spirit,
Even the ornament of a meek and quiet spirit. She was trying to pretend like she has a meek and quiet spirit, but in reality, she doesn't. Go ahead.
which is in the sight of God of great price.
So men, blessed is the man that hath a virtuous wife, because a virtuous wife is going to have a meek and quiet spirit about her. That's the kind of woman you want. You don't want a woman that's going to be in the house, just raising all kinds of craziness in the house. You don't want to be in a marriage where you're going to be surrounded in a toxic environment. Go ahead.
For after this manner in the old time, the holy woman also, who trusted in God, adorned themselves, being in subjection unto their own husband.
Being in subjection unto their own husbands. Read.
Even as Sarah obeyed Abraham, calling him Lord, whose daughters ye are, as long as ye do well, and are not afraid with any amazement.
All right.
Likewise, oh, it was
No,
up
no,
to
go ahead.
7.
Go ahead. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Likewise, ye husbands, dwell with them according to knowledge,
Dwell with them according to knowledge. Ye husbands, dwell with them according to knowledge. What does he mean? Malachi 2:7, real quick. When you deal with your wife, you have to deal with them according to knowledge. When you dwell with them according to knowledge. So
the book,
everything you do in your household needs to be according to knowledge. Read.
the book of Malachi, chapter 2 and verse 7. For the priest's lips shall keep knowledge, and they shall seek the law at his mouth, for he is the messenger of the Lord of hosts.
So, in other words, going back to verse 7, likewise, ye husbands, dwell with them according to the law. That's what he's telling us. Everything you do in your household should be done according to God's laws and commandments. Go ahead.
Giving honor unto the wife
Giving honor unto the wife. It's
as,
telling you, husbands, how you're supposed to deal with your wife. Go ahead.
as unto the weaker vessel, and as being heirs together of the grace of life, that your prayers be not hindered.
All right. So you're supposed to give honor unto your wife, as unto what? The weaker vessel. You see, some of these men, they like to intimidate their wives. Their wife might be a quiet spirited woman, very meek in spirit. And then you got these tyrants that come home. How come my food ain't cooked? What you been doing all day? Where you been? What you doing on the phone? Who you talking to? And just going off, cursing every day. It's the same thing. And she's scared of the husband, intimidated by them. Because if she don't do what he says, he'll go upside the head. What was that movie, The Color Purple? That's a perfect example of the kind of man you don't want your daughter marrying. The his name Danny Glover that played in that, I believe. Whoopi Goldberg played his wife, and he was going upside her head all the time, yelling and screaming at her all the time. She was scared of him, petrified of him. Have you seen that movie, The Color Purple? You haven't
No,
seen that? Oh, you got to watch that, man. That's from I think the
I've,
late '80s, early '90s that came out when I know I
I've
was
heard
in high
about
school.
it.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
it's really good. Really, really good movie. But again, giving honor unto the wife as unto the weaker vessel, and as being heirs together of the grace of life. You've got to treat your wife right. That's basically to sum it up in a nutshell. Treat her right.
hmm
She's the weaker vessel. You shouldn't be saying stuff to her to hurt her feelings, to put fear in her, to intimidate her, fear mongering, because that's not love. If you feel like you got to be domineering and dominate your wife, that's not love. Let's go to 1 Timothy 2 and 9 through 10.
The book of First Timothy chapter 2 and verse 9. In like manner also, that the women adorn themselves in modest apparel, with shamefacedness and sobriety, not with broided hair, or gold, or pearls, or costly array, but which becometh woman professing godliness with good works.
You see, this is what that lady in that video don't understand. This is what she don't know. That God don't care about that dress she got on. God don't care about that makeup she's got on. Her hair being all done up. That's not what makes you a virtuous woman. In like manner, also the women adorn themselves in modest apparel. You see in the video, she's got her chest all showing in the dress. She was sitting down, so you really couldn't see how short the dress was, but I can probably guess that that dress, looking at the front of the dress at the top, that the dress was probably just as small at the bottom.
Mhm.
And she thought she had it going on in that dress, that, that dress was everything. Look at me. I'm too good to go in Cheesecake Factory. That's too good. Dressed like this, this is beneath me. Her mind is skewed. That's how you know she's not pure. In like manner also that the women adorn themselves in modest apparel with shamefacedness, sobriety, not with broided hair or gold or pearls or costly array, but which becometh women professing godliness with good works. She wasn't professing herself in godliness. She wasn't showing good works in that video, even though in her mind she thought she was, but she wasn't. That's what she don't get. Let's go to Titus chapter 2 in verses 1 through 5.
The book of Titus, chapter 2 and verse 1. But speak thou the things which become sound doctrine, that the aged men be sober, grave, temperate, sound in faith and charity and patience. The aged woman likewise, that they be in behavior as becometh holiness, not false accusers, not giving too much wine, teachers of good things, that they may teach the young woman to be sober, to love their husbands, to love their children, to be discreet, chaste, keepers at home, good, good, obedient to their own husbands, that the word of God be not blasphemed.
So you can see so far all the precepts that we're bringing out are showing you what kind of woman that our men should be looking for, as in a virtuous woman. Because when you find her, God says, blessed is the man that hath a virtuous wife. You're going to be blessed and you will be able to see the blessings. All right. Um, so it tells us, but speak thou the things which become sound doctrine, that the aged men be sober, grave, temperate, sound in faith and charity and patience. The aged men, you men that are, maybe 50 and above, a woman shouldn't be looking for that husband that, every time he come home from work, he's got to look in the refrigerator, grab a few beers, sit down, slam 2, 3, 4, 5 beers before he go to bed. Now he's sitting around drunk, talking crazy.
Mm.
Or, he comes home and takes a couple of shots of whatever other strong drink that he might have. He needs to be sober. He needs to be temperate. He shouldn't be coming home having a flash hot temper where he's just quick to just go off about any old stupid thing when he walks through the door.
Mhm.
What was that in the movie Purple Rain? Prince's dad in the movie coming home, woman, why is this house not clean? What's wrong with this house? And she's like, you're crazy. and slapping her around and all that. That's not the kind of. I wish we could pull up that clip from Purple Rain and Prince's dad, because that's actually a real good um, acting job of what some of these men are like. His father coming home from work and all he's doing is cursing the mother out, and they're arguing and yelling and screaming all the time. It's a toxic environment. And here he is, a grown up son, still caught in the middle of it. He probably grew up his whole life seeing this. Man, I wish the this thing would play
Hmm.
sound. I don't know what's wrong with it, but I would try and find that clip and play it right there, because that one is actually a good clip. But it goes into the women. The aged women likewise, that they be in behaviors becometh holiness. In other words, making sure they're keeping the commandments, not false accusers, because you hear a lot of these women, they got that idle time. They're sitting at home on idle hands, and all they're doing is gossiping, spreading false accusations about other women around, the friend group or what have you, not giving too much wine. They're sitting around drinking all the time, getting drunk. You hear that in some of these Israelite groups. Some of the women come out of the groups and talk about, oh man, all we did was sat around all the time drinking. Teachers of good things. So the aged women should be teaching the young women good things, teaching them the commandments, that they may teach the young women to be sober, to love their husbands, to love their children, because a lot of our women nowadays, they don't love their husbands and they don't love their children. They love themselves. To be discreet, our women don't know how to be discreet. They don't know how to be chaste. They don't know how to be keepers at home. They don't know how to be good. They don't know how to be obedient to their own husbands. Everything America pushes the opposite. Let's go to Colossians 3 and 18 through 19.
The book of Colossians, chapter 3 and verse 18. Wives, submit yourselves unto your own husbands, as it is fit in the Lord. Husbands, love your wives and be not bitter against them.
And be not bitter against them. Because you do have a lot of husbands out there that just have this bitterness and evil and anger towards their wives. And in a lot of cases, it's for no reason. Some cases, it could be for a reason, that they just have this wicked woman that they have to deal with every day, and they have that wicked woman because they're a wicked man. It is what it is. But as it says, wives, submit yourselves unto your own husbands. How many times have we heard that already?
Mm-hmm.
But you let these churches teach it. Women don't have to abide by this stuff anymore, because that's old. Those are old times. These are new times. You see, these pastors and these churches are leading you astray. Husbands, love your wives. Blessed is the man that hath a virtuous wife. You need to love your wife. You need to cherish your wife. You need to be good to your wife. Husbands, love your wives and be not bitter against them. Stop holding grudges.
Mm-hmm.
Stop being mean. Stop being a tyrant in the house, being a roaring lion in the household. So, if you want a virtuous wife, we just read about the kind of woman that you should be looking for and the attributes that she should have. Now, let's look at the flip side, because the scriptures even tell you even more so the kind of woman to avoid. So, that's what we're going to get into. What kind of woman does God say for you to avoid? Let's go to Sirach 26, verses 22 through 27.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 26 and verse 22.
Oh, I did
And,
have verse 23 in here. I don't, it's right here. Okay.
all right.
26 and 23. So I jumped the gun. No, I didn't think I had that in the lesson, but it's here. Go ahead, though.
Verse 22. And harlot shall be accounted as a spittle.
So an harlot shall be accounted as spittle. In other words, the God is saying that a woman that's a prostitute, that's a harlot, that's out there selling her body, for, for money or for exchange for material goods, and harlot shall be accounted as spittle. Spittle is that little piece of spit that comes out of your mouth when you're talking. In other words, he's saying you're not worth it. You're not worth much. But a married, oh, I'm sorry, but go ahead and read.
Right. But a married woman is a tower against death to her husband.
A married woman is a tower against death to her husband. Read on.
A wicked woman is given as a portion to a wicked man, but a godly woman is given to him that feareth the Lord.
But a godly woman is given to him that feareth the Lord. We already went over that. Go ahead.
A dishonest woman uh, con- contempteth shame, but an
So it
honest
says
woman,
a dishonest woman contemneth shame. So you don't want to be dealing with a woman that's dishonest. When you meet a woman and she lies to you, because that happens a lot. Some of these women will lie. And then you find out that it's a lie. That's where you right away got to just leave that woman alone. But
mhm,
that's not what happens. Some of these men just keep giving the benefit of the doubt, benefit of the doubt. And then you wonder why all of a sudden, 5 years down the line in the relationship, you start to find out she's been lying to you a lot and about a lot of stuff. But a dishonest woman contemneth shame. Go ahead.
but an honest woman will reverence her husband.
But an honest woman will reverence her husband. Go ahead.
A shameless woman shall be counted as a dog.
And now
But
this is where, again, reading comprehension and understanding comes into play, because there are people that read this and they love pulling this scripture at camp and everything like that to try and say that, see, the scripture says a shameless woman is a female dog. In other words, saying that it's okay that we call you a B word because the scriptures call you a female dog. And they'll go and pull Sirach 26 and 24, I mean 25, that he just read. A shameless woman shall be counted as a dog.
right,
It doesn't say female dog. You're inferring something that's not there. What does the Most High consider a dog? The Most High considers a dog someone of another nation, or an Israelite that's not keeping the commandments, because they then become a stranger and they become, as the other nations, they become a dog, somebody that don't keep the commandments. A shameless
right,
woman shall be counted as a dog. In other words, as you would count a woman from another nation. As in when Christ was talking to that woman in that you read about in Matthew 25, and he called her a dog. He didn't call her a female dog. He called her a dog because she was a woman of another nation. But some of these men will twist scriptures like this to make you believe, oh, it's no problem. We use the B word because it's in the scriptures.
mm,
And people say, where? And they go pull Sirach 26:25. A shameless woman shall be counted as a dog. See, he's calling her a female dog. He's saying a female dog. It doesn't say anything about a female dog. It says a dog. Does that say female dog? It doesn't say female dog. It says as a dog. But again, let's go continue on. Read on.
but she that is shamefaced will fear the Lord. A woman that honoreth her husband shall be judged wise of all.
A woman
But
that honoreth her husband shall be judged wise of all. Read on.
but she that dishonoreth him in her pride shall be counted ungodly of all.
But she that dishonoreth her husband, that's the him. But she that dishonoreth him in her pride shall be counted ungodly of all. You're going to be counted as an ungodly person, an ungodly woman. For you women that think it's okay to dishonor your husbands, like Jada Pinkett Smith. She's
Mhm.
constantly dishonoring her husband. It seems like every chance she gets now. It's
Right.
almost like ever since she got caught messing around with that young dude, the entanglement she had to come out and um, attest to, she had to admit to. It's almost like she's been doing anything and everything she could to try and make her husband look bad, but she don't get it. She continues with this behavior of dishonoring her husband. God is gonna punish her, so she needs to stop. Go ahead and read.
A loud crying woman and a scold shall be sought out to drive away the enemy.
A loud crying woman, because the Lord is telling, why would you want a loud crying woman at home? Why would you want one of these women that's got a big old loud mouth that want to sit at home cursing you out, yelling and screaming all the time about every old little thing, and making the environment in the household toxic? Why would you
Right.
want that? He's saying that's the kind of woman you bring around to drive away the enemies. That's who you go and get. Let's go to Sirach 7 and 19.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 7 and verse 19. Forgo not a wise and good woman, for her grace is above gold.
Forgo not. In other words, he's saying don't pass up a wise and good woman. Don't be foolish. Don't be dumb. Don't be stupid, men. You Israelite men, forgo not a wise and good woman. In other words, tell them don't pass up a wise and good woman, for her grace is above gold. That's a woman of value. A wise and good woman is a woman of value. Again, that woman in that video, that's what she don't truly understand what value is when it comes to a woman, because she's valuing the wrong thing.
Right.
She's valuing looks rather than the inner beauty. Let's go to Sirach 9 and 8.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 9 and verse 8. Turn away thine eye from a beautiful woman.
Turn away thine eye from a beautiful woman. Go ahead.
And look not upon another's beauty. For many have been deceived by the beauty of a woman, for herewith love is kindled as a fire.
See, it's crazy. Read it one more time.
It says, turn away thine eye from a beautiful woman, and look not upon another's beauty. For many have been deceived by the beauty of a woman, for herewith love is kindled as a fire.
So he's telling us, turn away thine eye from a beautiful woman. Turn away thine eye from a beautiful woman, and look not upon another's beauty. Because, of course, a beautiful woman walks into a room, people are going to look, but you don't want to be sitting there staring at a woman, staring at, oh man, she's, now you're getting into lust. That spirit of lust is starting to jump on you, because that's just natural. Somebody walks into a room or you see movement out of the corner of your eye, is natural. Somebody's going to look and be like, oh, okay. That's all it should be. But these men at the, like what, and it's like, oh, and they're just staring, just man, oh, look at her, lust.
Right.
Some people call it the 3 second rule. If you're looking at the woman for more than 3 seconds, you got the devil on you. Even that's too long. 3 seconds is kind
Right.
of long. Watch. 1,000, 1,000, 1,000. That's 3 seconds. That's kind of long. 1,000, 1,000,
Creepy,
three.
yeah.
That's too long. Be look. Oh, okay. All right.
Right.
That's what it should be. Like more like 1 second, 1.5 seconds.
Right.
But again, turn away thine eye from a beautiful woman and look not upon another's beauty. You read the whole thing?
Yeah.
For many have been deceived by the beauty of a woman. Look at the situation with that guy and that lady. He was deceived. He saw her in a bar, at a little bar or something like that. He said all the men in there were checking her out,
Right.
and he thought he would be the one to show that he's not afraid to approach her, and that's what he did. And she completely deceived him. He gave her everything she wanted. She was just waiting for a man to step to her.
Mm-hmm.
She had so much pride. She wasn't gonna go up and talk to a man. She was gonna wait for the first idiot that was gonna be dumb enough to go up and talk to her. And since he was the one that did it, she was like, I guess this is all I'm getting tonight. She may have been beautiful in his eyes, maybe. To a lot of other men, it was like, I don't know where she's getting that she thinks she's beautiful from, but um, far from it. But he got deceived. He had conversation with her. They exchanged numbers. They talked, and she really put the charm on and made him believe that she was a woman of substance, that she was worth his time to take out. But see, she couldn't conceal the devil in her for long. It came out, luckily for him, almost right away, that he was able to see the real her and be like, you know what, I'm taking you home. How about I take you home? He got deceived by the beauty of a woman. For herewith love is kindled as a fire. And that sure did kindle. That fire got kindled. And she said it. It was of her own doing. Let's go to Sirach 25 and 21 through 26.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 25 and verse 21. Stumble not at the beauty of a woman, and desire her not for pleasure. A woman, if she maintain her husband, is full of anger, impudence, and much reproach.
See, that's that kind of lady that it's warning us about.
Right.
Stumble not at the beauty of a woman and desire her not for pleasure, because that's why you know that this guy was legitly looking for a real relationship. He was a real respectable guy that was really looking for something real. Because most men, like I said, if it was one of our men, she would have got cursed out. But on the flip side, though, she could have very easily fell into the trap of falling, having one of those guys that just desired her for pleasure. That was like,
Mm-hmm.
you know what? I'll take you to the restaurants. That's where you want to go. All right, baby, let's go. But he's going to be expecting a little bit of something at the end of the night. He's going to be expecting payback. And if it's not that night, it'll be another night, because some of them will wait. Be like, you
Mm-hmm.
know what? Yeah, I'll take you out tonight. I can see what you're about. You just want my money. You just want me to take you to a nice restaurant. Think you go play me? I'll take you. And he'll play the role. And then she thinks she's got him. Oh, I got one. He drops her off. He's respectful. Next time he might take her out on another date, take her somewhere else out fun, because some men will play the long game. There's some of the men out there that have enough patience to do it. They'll play the long game. And then she make him wait. And then finally he gets what he wants. And that's it. And then she's sitting around wondering, well, what happened? What did I say? What did I do? Why did he do this to me? Or somewhere down the line, she finds out he's messing around with a bunch of other women. Why would he do this to me? Like, oh, it goes back to, remember that first date you went on? And you thought you were all that in a bag of chips, and you basically demanded that you go to a good restaurant and everything like that. Yeah, he took you because he was just waiting. He was just waiting to get what he wanted and then dump you and toss you to the side because he saw what you was worth. Like, okay, all you're worth to me is for me to just get what I want to leave. You're not wife material. So I'll just wait. That's what he did, and that's what some will do. All right. A woman, if she maintains her husband, is full of anger. That's her. She's looking for somebody. She's like, I want somebody to take care of me because God forbid, let's say something happened to him and he loses his job. And now they've got to rely on her income. She's going to be that kind of woman that if she maintains her husband, she's going to be full of anger. She's going to be impudent. She's going to be full of much reproach. She's going to be complaining to her friends all the time. You saw she put her friends on the video. She had her friends right there on live feed, watching everything, thinking it was cute, thinking it was funny. And she's going to be telling her friend, oh man, he still ain't found no job. All he's doing is sitting around at the house. I'm sick and tired of him. And her friends are going to be going, yeah, girl, you need to leave him alone. Told you he wasn't about nothing. What happened anyway? I thought he had a good job. Like, girl, he did, but he lost it. What did he do? I mean, then, just telling her friends everything. In fact, I had a situation, and I don't want to tell anybody, give away anything of what I do or anything like that. But I overheard a woman doing just that while I was at work the other day. The whole time, just sitting there on the phone. She was with the dude. They, hugged and kissed and parted ways. It was, obviously her boyfriend, parted ways. And the whole time that she was in my presence, all I heard her, she was on the phone with her friends, talking about how she couldn't stand him, how selfish he is. She was complaining about, we always do what you want to do. Why is it we always do what he wants to do? And, just like an entire hour. That's all I heard. Her on the phone talking to her friend.
Hmm.
And I'm thinking, you know what? I bet he has no idea. She just gave him a hug and a kiss goodbye, told him, I love you. I'll see you. And he has no idea. Now she's on the phone talking about him like a dog to her friends. Sad. It's crazy. But that's the kind of woman it's telling you about to avoid. A woman, if she maintains her husband, is full of anger. So you don't want to be in a position with that kind of woman if something happened to you that she's going to want to up and leave you. How did 50 Cent say it in his one song? If I flip burgers at Burger King, would you be ashamed to tell your friends that you're feeling me? That's that kind of woman. Some women, as long as he got a job, he's, doing what he's got to do, he's got a job. But nowadays, oh, if he ain't making six figures, I'm not having nothing to do with him. Let's go ahead and read on. Go ahead.
A wicked woman abated continence, and
The wicked woman abated the courage. So it's telling you what kind of woman that is talking about. A beautiful woman, a woman that men will desire for pleasure, a woman that's full of anger, a woman that's impudent, a woman that's full of reproach. He's saying that's a wicked woman. And a
mhm,
wicked woman like that abated the courage. Read on.
make it an heavy continence and a wounded heart.
Maketh a heavy countenance and a wounded heart. Those are those husbands. You can see them. They take pictures with their wife, and they just look unhappy. They look sad. Now, there's a difference between some people just don't smile in pictures, so there's like, but that's a different look where it's just like they just look sad, down and out. You see them somewhere, in public with their wife, and then they just you could tell their heart is wounded. They're not happy. And it's the flip side. You can see that with the women too. Sometimes they be with the husband. You can tell the woman is just unhappy with the dude. But right now we're talking about the man. A wicked woman abated the courage, maketh an heavy countenance and a wounded heart. Go ahead.
A woman that will not comfort her husband in distress, make it weak hands and feeble knees.
A woman that will not comfort her husband in distress maketh weak hands and feeble knees. So the husband's in distress. He's at the point where he's probably about to get fired from his job, or he's going to get let go or laid off. And he's coming home like, baby, I don't know what's going on at work. There's something going on. It looks like they might be letting people go. I'm not too sure. Maybe we'll find out in a day or two. But and then instead of giving him comfort, oh baby, it's okay, we can do until you can find something else. Just don't stress about it. You know what I mean? Let me make you a good meal, and kick your feet up, relax, don't stress about it right now. Just wait till you get to work and see what happens. But no, she started, what you mean you go lose your job? For what? What's going on? What did you do? Oh, I'm not hearing this. You better, if it does have you better hurry up and go find something else. Because I'm not going to be sitting here paying for this, and this.
Right.
That's not the kind of woman you want.
You know, you mentioned fresh and fit.
Yeah,
They always bring that up that if a man goes out to work, he makes money and thinks, I got a family, I can get a wife, I can take care of them. It'd be my family first. But when the woman goes out and makes her money, now she doesn't need a man.
yeah. That's absolutely true. Yeah, that's absolutely true. They just flip the script. So that's what the scriptures are calling a wicked woman. She makes the countenance of her husband just look sad, gives him a wounded heart, and she's not there to comfort him. She's not a helpmeet. She's not a comforter. You don't want that kind of woman. Why? Verse 24, read on.
Of the woman came the beginning of sin,
Of
and
the
through
woman
her,
came the beginning of sin. Go ahead.
we all die.
Eve messed up. Go ahead.
Give the water no passage, neither a wicked woman liberty to get abroad.
That goes to what I was talking about a little bit ago about a woman coming to her husband talking about, oh, I'm going on a woman's trip. We're gonna have a girls' night out, or we're gonna have a girls' vacation. Husbands better be wary of that. Be real leery. Give the water no passage. So when you see that water flowing, you can't let that water have no passage. You need to put a dam in front of that water real quick to keep it from spilling over or running through something. Because it says, neither a wicked woman liberty to gad abroad. Don't be giving your wife too much liberty and freedom to be out there in the streets running with her friends, because that's going to turn out real bad. Not going to turn out well. And that's what you see happen. Some of these men nowadays be giving their wives way too much liberty, way too much freedom. And in a lot of cases, because they're thinking about the wickedness they're going to be doing while she's gone. But that woman that's, oh, I'm going to go visit my sister's, my sister's house. I'm going to maybe stay there for about a couple of weeks, maybe a month. You better be very, very leery about that.
Mm-hmm.
Or me and my friends, we're going to go have a girls' vacation. We're going to go to Vegas for the weekend, or we're going to go to Vegas for the week. Uh-uh. No, uh-uh.
No.
We're going to go to Mexico for the weekend, for the week. Give the water no passage, neither a wicked woman liberty to gad abroad. Read on.
If she go not as thou wouldest have her, cut her off from thy flesh, and give her
In
a
other
bill of.
words, before you read on, in other words, if she go not as thou wouldest have her, she's not one to do what you ask of her. Oh, baby, you know what? That wouldn't be a good idea. No, that don't. No, no. Going to Vegas with your friends? No, that wouldn't be good. That wouldn't be a good idea. Oh, going to Mexico alone with your friends without your husbands? No, that wouldn't be good. Especially if some of the women in the group are either divorced or they're single, never been married. Why would you want your wife or your husband being put in that kind of position? Your husband going off with the boys, and the majority of the men in the group are single. Why would you let your husband do that? And it's the same thing, husband. Why would you let your wife do that? If she go not as thou wouldest have her, cut her off from thy flesh. How do you cut her off from your flesh? Go ahead and read on.
And give her a bill of divorce, and let her go.
And give her a bill of divorce and let her go. This is where the Bible is talking about divorce. And let her go. If she go not as thou wouldest have her, she's arguing, she's fighting. You just trying to keep me from having fun. You're just insecure. Though, listen to those are the key words.
Mm-hmm.
Hear that all the time from these women nowadays in these situations. It's either you're insecure, you're just trying to keep me from having fun, or you're no fun, or you don't ever want to do anything, you don't ever take me anywhere. Those are those key words, those key phrases you want to look out for you single men, young men out there that don't have a wife. You meet a woman and those things are coming out of her mouth. She's talking about, going off with her friends somewhere, or doing this with her friends, or she's going on vacation alone all of a sudden. Oh, I'm just going to take a flight over to Italy or to France by myself, go on vacation for a little while. Or I'm, taking a cruise alone to the Caribbean. Or me and my girls are going, we're going to take a little cruise over to the Caribbean. Better watch out for that stuff.
Yeah.
Let's go to the book of Proverbs, chapter 7, and verses 7 through 27.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 7 and verse 7. And beheld among the simple ones, I discern among the youth a young man void of understanding, passing through the street near her corner, and he went the way to her house in the twilight, in the evening, in the black and dark night. And behold, there met him a woman with the attire of an harlot and
Wait,
substance.
read that again. Because see, you hear these women nowadays, this is what they're taught in these churches and in society. You could dress how you want. A man can't tell you how to dress. He can't tell you how to be. But you can't tell nowadays the difference between the regular woman walking down the street and the prostitute walking down the street because they're dressed exactly alike nowadays. You can't
Mhm.
tell. Well, I'm just dressed like this to go to the club. It's like, well, you look like you're going to do something else. It says, and beheld among the simple ones, I discerned among the youths a young man void of understanding. That's what it means to be simple, void of understanding. Passing through the street near her corner, and he went the way to her house. In the twilight, in the evening, in the black and dark night. And behold, there met him a woman with the attire of an harlot and subtle of heart. And what? Read on.
Um, she is loud and stubborn. Her feet abide not in her house.
So the Lord is telling you, be careful of this kind of woman. The woman that's dressed with the attire of an harlot, who's subtle of heart, who is loud and stubborn. The black and Hispanic so-called woman nowadays, they are unfortunately very loud and stubborn. And you got to ask yourself, what has caused our women to be like this? Hold on, give me a second. Because again, a lot of it is not their fault. It's what they're being shown in society. So, show you where some of this comes from. Let me share my screen again. Again, can't play any videos. We're really gonna have to figure out why these videos don't have sound when we're trying to play them now.
Mhm.
Let me know when you see it.
And it's coming.
It's
Oh,
going
there it is.
slow.
Yep.
All right. So it shows like this: basketball wives. When you watch this show and you hear the way these women talk, they think they're the cream of the crop because they were able to pull these dumb basketball players that got them pregnant or put a ring on their finger. But these women are loud, they're obnoxious, wicked, toxic, and what do? Just cause drama, drama. And this is who a lot of these women aspire to be like from watching shows like this.
Right.
Loud and stubborn. That's why it says she is loud and stubborn. Her feet abide not in her house. And the sad thing about it, though, is that even, what is this show? Um, they may be some tiny women, but they're just as ratchet as the ones in the other reality shows. This show they call Little Women, where they got like Little Women Atlanta, Little Women
Mm.
LA, Little Women Texas, or something like that. And these little women are just as bad as the other ones, cursing each other out, cursing out their men, drinking, partying. Look at how they dress. No different. All the same. Ratchet. That's the word they use now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let me see. Let me see if I can think of another one. And I'm just showing you these are shows that these women are watching that are having a big influence on the way these girls and these women are turning out. So I don't see why people are shocked and surprised that they're acting like this. This is that show that was called, I don't even know if it's even still on, Bad Girls Club. Toxic, toxic environment where all they're doing is fighting each other, calling each other names, the B word, HOE word, trying to play men. Bad Girls Club. Well, let me see. I'm trying to think of oh, I know another one. No. This one here. Um, Images. Jersey Shore. This had a big influence not only on just the women but the men too. Because the dudes on here, how old are these dudes now? They're back then when the show was popular at its height, they were already in like their 30s. Now these men, now they're like 40 years old and still out here trying to be in the club. They got, wives and kids and families and stuff and trying to be out here still in the club, trying to live life like it's a party and wonder why the women are turning out the way they are. And the men too. Like I said, we're not leaving the men out. We're just not dealing with um, the men in that aspect right now. We're dealing with what kind of women that the men should be looking for, that virtuous wife. And there is no virtue in none of these people in none of these shows. None of them. None of them.
Right.
And I'm stressing that none of them. Basketball Wives, Little Women, Bad Girls Club, Jersey Shore, whatever other reality show you could think of. None of them, none of the women in these shows you can look at and say, oh, she's a virtuous woman. But what we're describing in the scriptures or what are being described in the scriptures right now sure fits up just about all of them. She is loud and stubborn. Her feet abide not in her house. Why is that? Because she's at the club. Even in a case where they're a single mom and they got kids, their feet don't abide in their house. They're leaving the kids with grandma so that they could be at the club or they could be at some dude's house or be out to dinner with some man, going out on a date with some dude, putting looking for a man above their kids, always in the streets. That's what it's going to do. And it's not my word. It's going to tell you next. She is loud and stubborn. Her feet abide not in her house. Why? Read on.
Now is she without, now in the streets, and lieth in wait at every corner.
Now is
So,
she without, meaning she's outside now, in the streets, lying await at every corner. Those are those kind of women. He's telling these are the kind of women you need to stay away from. Go ahead.
so she caught him and kissed him, and with an impudent face said unto him, I have peace offerings with me. This day have I paid my vows. Therefore came I forth to meet thee, diligently to seek thy face, and I have found thee. I have decked my bed with coverings of tapestry, with carved works, with fine linen of Egypt. I have perfumed my bed with myrrh, aloes, and cinnamon. Cinnamon. Come, let us take our fill of our. Hold on. Come, let us take our fill of love until the morning. Let us solace ourselves with loves. For the good man is not at home; he is he is gone a long journey. He had taken a bag of money with him and will come home at the day appointed.
So let me put this in today's terms, that so that people can understand what's going on here. Woman out on the streets, meet some dude like, oh man, I've been looking for somebody like you. Whispering the sweet nothings to him. My man is gone. Where's he at? Oh, he. In some cases nowadays, oh, he's in the service. He's deployed. He his job makes him travel a lot. He had to go. He's gonna be gone for a month and a half, 2 months. Well, why don't you come over? Come hang out. Come over for a drink. I've got the bed all made up. I've got the rose petals on the floor leading from the door to the bed. I've got the wine chilled. I'll cook you a good meal. Come over and hang out. And oh, you don't have to go home. You can stay all night. He's not gonna come back. And there are some dumb dudes out there that'll be like, oh snap. All right then. Let's go. There are some dumb dudes that will do it. Not realizing that in reality, dude could come home at any time. What if he was just testing her and say, you know what, all right, I've been gone long enough. Let me see what she up to. And comes home early and catches you at home in his house with his woman. Because he said he had taken a bag of money with him and will come home at the day appointed. What does he do? Verse 21. Go ahead and read.
With her much fair speech, she causes him to yield. With the flattering of her lips, she forces him. He goeth after straight. He goeth after her straight away, as an ox goeth to the slaughter, or as a fool to the correction of the stocks, till a dart strike through his liver, as a bird hasteth to the snare, and knoweth not that it is for his life.
And knoweth not that it is for his life. Because you're putting your life on the line following that woman. Go ahead.
Hearken unto me now, therefore, O ye children, and attend to the words of my mouth. Let nothing hard decline to her ways. Go not astray in her path, for she had cast down many wounded. Yeah, many strong men have been slain by her. Her house is the way to the hell, going down to the chambers of death.
Going down to the chambers of death. All right. So again, he's telling us this is the kind of woman you want to stay away from. Stay away from this. You want a virtuous woman? Better be real circumspect and be real careful the kind of woman that you bring around you, that you yield yourself to, because he could lead you to death. Again, he doesn't know. The husband could come home at any time.
Mhm.
Give me a second. Oh my gosh, where is this at? Let me go. Proverbs. Mm. Oh, let me see. Yeah, that's it. Here we go. I don't know why I can remember where this was at. Um, Go to Proverbs 6 and 29 and read through 35. Because this right here, you mess with a woman like this, better be real circumspect because this is what could happen. Go ahead.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 6 and verse 29. So he that goeth into his neighbor's wife, whosoever toucheth her shall not be innocent.
So you go and mess around with another man's wife, commit adultery. Go ahead.
Men, do not despise a thief if he steal to satisfy his soul when he is hungry. But if he found, he shall restore sevenfold. He shall give all the substance of his house. But whosoever committed adultery with a woman lacketh understanding. He that doeth it destroyeth his own soul.
But
A
whoso committeth adultery with a woman lacketh understanding. So you men out there that are allowing yourselves to fall into this trap that we're reading about in Proverbs 7 with this wicked woman, you better be real careful. It says, he that doeth it destroyeth his own soul. Read on.
um a wound and dishonor shall he get, and his reproach shall not be wiped away.
A wound and dishonor shall he get, and his reproach shall not be wiped away. Why is that? Why is his wound and dishonor is he going to get? Read on.
For jealousy is the rage of a man.
For jealousy is the rage of a man. Jealousy can make a man do all kinds of things. You mess with another man's wife, that jealousy could kindle that fire in that man, and there's no telling what that man will do. That man could walk up in that house with a gun, knife, a bunch of his homeboys. You have no idea. For jealousy is the rage of a man. Read.
He will not regard any ransom, neither will he rest
Oh, hold on, hold on.
content.
Read it again because you completely cut out right as you started to read. So they didn't hear nothing. I didn't even hear anything.
Verse 35. He will not
No,
regard any
34, 34.
34. For jealousy is the rage of a man. Therefore he will not spare in the day of vengeance.
Therefore, he will not spare in the day of vengeance. He's not going to spare your feelings. He's not going to spare your life. You mess with another man's wife, the Bible, God is telling you that you better be ready to handle the consequences of committing adultery because that man is going to be pissed. He's going to be mad. He's going to be raging mad. And he's not going to spare your life when he comes to seek vengeance for what you did. Go ahead.
He will not regard any ransom, neither will he rest content, though thou givest many gifts.
So there's no amount of money, there's nothing you can do to calm this man down that he's not going to want to do hurt to you for messing with his wife. Especially if it's a man that has a virtuous wife. He has a virtuous wife, he wouldn't have to worry about something like that happening to begin with. But even a woman of virtue can fall. It's not uncommon. It's not that it can never happen, because we're all in this flesh and can all be tempted. So it could happen to any of our wives, any of us at any time. But you better be real circumspect. All right.
Right.
So we're only about halfway done with this lesson right now. And looking at the time, we're already hitting 4 hours. Um, this is not an easy lesson, not a quick lesson that you can teach. So we're going to go ahead and leave this lesson for next Sabbath to finish it up. And remember, blessed is the man that hath a virtuous wife. Lord willing, so far you've gotten um, some edification from it. Anybody that may come upon this lesson later on, Lord's will, you get some edification from it. And that's what we're here to do. We're here to feed you with milk, feed you with the basics so that you can get some understanding of how you're to go about finding that virtuous wife, that wife that's going to be a helpmeet, that wife that's going to bring peace and tranquility to your life, that's going to bring love and honor and cherished and commitment to your relationship, to your marriage. All right. Let's go to Ecclesiastes 12 and 13, and we'll leave, and through 14, we'll leave it right there.
The book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 12 and verse 13. Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man. For God shall bring every work into judgment with every secret thing, whether it be good or whether it be evil.
So you got to keep that in mind, that this is about the keeping the commandments of the Most High. That's in every aspect of your life. That if you want a virtuous wife and you're not keeping the commandments, then you better expect that you being in wickedness, that the Lord is going to reward you with a wicked woman. Because as we read earlier, a wicked woman is reserved for a wicked man. All right. So if you want a loving, godly, virtuous woman in your life, then you've got to become a loving, godly, virtuous man. Fear God and keep his commandments, because that is the whole duty of man. With that, we're going to say shalom. Most High in Christ bless, and we will see you next Sabbath to continue this lesson.